Hello IELTS students around the world. If you're new here, welcome. If you are a subscriber, welcome back. Now, today I am giving you the whole of IELTS Plus Season 1 in one video. Now, why am I doing that? I'm a huge fan of having a large amount of audio content so that when you're sleeping, you're driving, you're lying down at home, you can just relax and internalize the language from, in this case, my podcasts. This is also a preview of what is coming because IELTS Plus Podcast Season 2 will be with you next week. Now, head over to britplus.net. This is my new home, and here you will find the new textbook. The textbook contains all of the language that you'll see in Season 1 and Season 2, and all of my speaking structures that I use in the episodes. So go and check that out. There's much more information coming to you. For now, let's take a look back at Season 1. So you go to bed now, lie down while you're driving, whatever you want to do, and listen to 5 hours of IELTS listening content. The first question is as follows. Have you ever had a pet before? Yes, I've had many pets before. I've had dogs, rabbits, hamsters, a bird. My most memorable pet would probably be my bird. My bird was called Sunny, and she lived with me for several years in my house in Korea. And she'd fly around the house and she kind of spoke. She said a few words and made a lot of noise. Unfortunately, one year she actually became very sick and passed away. That was a few years ago, but I had a lot of fun with her over the 4 or 5 years that I raised her. Okay, another question from part 1. What kinds of animals do people in your country have as a pet? Well, I'm from England, and I think English people are big dog lovers. We often raise dogs, 1, 2, 3. I see families with several dogs sometimes, and I think because we have so many parks in England, it's a really good opportunity to be able to walk the dog and play and let the dog get plenty of exercise. So that's the most common pet in England. Now I'm going to try a part 2 question. I'll get my phone out so I can keep track of this. In my academy, I have my part 2 structure. Now, I'm not going to teach that to you on this podcast, but it's something you'll find on my IELTS Plus YouTube channel. But I'm going to roughly follow my structure and answer a part 2 question. So I've just got my 2 minutes here. Let's see how I do. As I said, this is totally made up on the spot. So the question is as follows. Talk about a pet that you or someone you know once had. Now, before I answer, it's very wise to use answers that you're very familiar with. So I'm going to choose the same one as I did before, which is the bird. Okay. 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about my pet Sunny. Sunny was a bird. I say was because unfortunately she passed away. I bought her about 5 years ago when I was living in Korea. I guess I was quite lonely, so I wanted to have a pet to keep me company in my house. My house was quite small, so it was difficult to raise a dog or a cat. I think that would have been unfair to the animal. So I decided to get a bird because I could let the bird fly around my room or my house, but it was kind of a low maintenance choice. And in the end, it was a very good choice. She stayed with me for 5 years and we had a wonderful time. Unfortunately, as I said, after 5 years, she became sick. We don't know why. It was something that just can happen. and unfortunately she passed away. So that was perhaps 2 or 3 years ago she passed away. Let me tell you a little more about Sunny. She was a small parakeet. It's just a type of parrot, and she was yellow with orange cheeks. She was loud, and she had quite a unique character. She was full of energy, full of life, and she really loved flying. So whenever I came home, I opened my cage or her cage, and she flew around my house and caused a lot of trouble, but she was a real pleasure to raise. I loved her very much. She gave me a lot of joy, and also to my friends as well. They all really enjoyed seeing her. In the future, I really hope to have another parrot, actually. I'm not sure what species, but I'd like to have another parrot and raise her in the same way. There you go. 2 minutes. Bang on. So, just in case you're curious, in part 2, I do have a structure. It starts with the past tense. I tell you, no matter what the question is, I start with the past tense. Then I move on to the present tense. I describe that thing more deeply. And then in the end, I finish with a kind of conclusion, talking about the future tense. So that's my answer. Let's just do one more part 3, and then we'll wrap up today's episode. The question I think I'll answer for part 3, we'll go with the following one. Are there endangered animals in your country? Now, I'll answer this about Korea, because I live here now. There are many animals in the wild in our country. Herbivores, omnivores, carnivores, all different types. But there are some endangered animals, even critically endangered animals. So the first one that comes to my mind is the Korean bear. I'm not sure the exact name of the species, but this bear lives in the mountains, and there are very few left. Of course, as is the case with many animals, they've been hunted to the brink of extinction. Apart from that, we used to have tigers. I don't think we have tigers anymore, so we can say that they are extinct. Other endangered animals, I'm not sure, but I think there are other types of cats, wild cats that are endangered or critically endangered, and those can still be found in the mountains of Korea. The first question is as follows. What kind of art do you like? I'm not a big fan of art, especially when it comes to painting and drawing, but I prefer to look at realistic art. I don't really understand abstract work. I'm not very good at kind of understanding the meaning of an abstract concept, an abstract piece of painting or drawing. So I prefer something realistic. The more realistic, the better. And I tend to prefer the artist to paint mountains or countryside scenes. That was quite a long answer for part 1. I would suggest that you shorten that a little, but I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to focus on with my answer, so perhaps that was a little longer than I should have done. Let's move to the next part 1 question. Is art popular in your country? I live in Korea, so I'm going to talk about Korea, and art is popular in Korea, definitely. We have several art museums. There's always exhibitions on, and there's a nice district in the north of Seoul where there are a lot of art galleries. You can see different sculptures and paintings, various things up there. So I would say art is really popular in Korea. Okay, that was a better answer, a bit more concise. I felt happier about that one. Today we're going to skip part 2. I'm going to go straight on to part 3. Sometimes I'll do a part 2 using my structure, but I will go straight to part 3, and we'll go with this question. How can children benefit from learning art? I think children can really benefit from learning art by simply doing a lot of art and the repetition of it. They can really improve their creativity. I think creativity is something we can learn. We are born with it to a certain extent, but it is something we can improve like any skill. So I think children can really benefit from an early age experiencing painting, making sculptures, or simply just pencil drawings, and getting good feedback from teachers rather than being told some things are wrong, some things are right. Getting feedback that really encourages creativity is very important. The next question. Why do you think some people enjoy looking at paintings and sculptures and others do not? I think some people enjoy it because they can understand the meaning, or they like interpreting the meaning of paintings or sculptures. The artists always try to portray something. Could be portraying someone or something. And that's not always easy to understand. Whereas some people really want to directly understand what they're seeing, for example, a photograph, some people like to have a bit of flexibility to interpret it in the way they want. Let's do one more and then we'll wrap up today's episode. How has art changed in the last few decades in your country? It's hard to say for me as someone who doesn't like art, but what I notice nowadays is there's a lot of realism, which is shown on social media. They show the process of actually painting or making whatever it is, whatever type of art it is. So I'd say one of the big changes is social media and actually showing the process rather than just showing the final piece. Another thing I notice is there's a lot of graffiti or sort of street art where people are painting or drawing on walls. I can't remember the name of the artist who's a good example of that, but there's a lot of artists who do that, and it's become very popular, again, with the help of social media. Okay, just a little thought on that last answer. Remember, very often they will ask you, how has blank changed in the last few decades? How has blank changed in the last few years? Just remember, it's a very common question. And very often you can mention technology or social media. That's like a go-to answer. Try to make that a habit for yourself. It's changed everything, right? That's the reality. So that's kind of a cheat for this kind of question. Just always mention social media or technology. Question 1. Do you generally read a lot of books, or do you prefer watching TV? I used to watch a lot of TV, particularly Netflix, but recently I've been reading more and more books, and as I read more, I watch less and less TV. I usually come home from work, make a cup of tea, sit on my sofa, and then read books there. So that's really taken over my habit of watching TV. I'm feeling like I really do need to warm up today, actually. That was not a very smooth answer, so hopefully I'm going to get better and better through this podcast. Okay, let's go to the next question, and this is also part 1. What kind of books do you like to read? I like to read a variety of books, but I particularly like fantasy fiction. So fantasy, when I talk about fantasy, I'm meaning things like Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit. These kind of new landscapes with strange types of creatures and magic. It helps me escape from my normal life, so that's the type of books I really like to read. Okay, a little bit better, a bit more concise. Now that I'm feeling a little warmed up, let's try a part 2. Now, as you know, part 2, we have a minute to prepare and 2 minutes to answer. As this is a podcast, I'm not going to take my 1 minute to prepare. As my regular listeners will know, I don't prepare any of these answers beforehand. They are freestyled, so please understand my answers won't necessarily be perfect, but I'm trying to put myself in the same position as you, the IELTS exam takers. So, let's get into part 2. Here is the question. Describe a book that you have read which you would like to read again. Very simple question. Now, I'm just going to set up my phone with the timer to put 2 minutes. As I said, I'm not going to prepare. We'll go straight into it. So what I'm thinking in my mind is the first book that comes into my mind, which in this case is The Hobbit. And I'm going to follow the structure which I use in my IELTS Plus Academy. I'll summarize that a little more later. So 2 minutes on the clock. Let's try our best. Starting now. I'd like to tell you about my favorite book, The Hobbit. I first came across this book about 15 years ago, so I was quite young. I was perhaps 14 or 15. My father recommended it to me and said it's a classic novel. I read it, and it was one of the first sort of more adult books that I managed to read cover to cover. It was amazing. It was a real page turner. And it really changed the way that I read books as well. It kind of gave me this new habit of reading because it was so exciting. Let me tell you a little more about The Hobbit. The Hobbit is about this creature called a hobbit who goes on this adventure to a mountain. So the whole book is basically following him on this adventurous quest where he goes to a mountain to defeat a dragon and rescue all of the treasure. So it's a pretty basic story. We've heard that in multiple other stories, but it's so well written. And it quickly became my favorite book. I can't say it's my favorite book now, but it's definitely in my top 10, and it leads on to another great book called The Lord of the Rings, which is another book that I've read a lot. It's also, I would say that it really changed my thinking about writing a story and kind of creative thinking, so it was quite an influential book for me. In the future, I hope to read more books like The Hobbit. So I'm always searching for more books from the same author or within the same genre. Oh, I did it again. 2 minutes, bang on. So let's just stop that there. I don't always get the timing perfect, but at the moment my time management is going well, so it makes me look better. So what can we learn from that? I was quite happy with that answer. It was a book that I'm very comfortable to talk about. So if you get this question, please don't be too creative. Don't think too deeply. Go with a book that you're very comfortable with. And try to follow what I do, which is you start by talking about the past. So you can listen back to my answer. I talked about where I first came across the book. Then I talked about the present. I talked about the book itself, and then I transitioned to my opinions about the book. Finally, I talked about the future, saying how I would like to find more books like that. This is how I can manage my time to 2 minutes, because I know what I need to do in each section, what is required, how many seconds are required in each section. So for you IELTS takers, you have to do the same. Get a structure you're comfortable with and follow those times You got to drill, you got to practice your answers until you're very comfortable managing your time. Okay, I will say no more about part 2, and let's just do one part 3 question. Let's go with this one. Do you think there is a difference between reading habits in the past and in the present day? Now, remember, before I start answering this question, when I talk about comparing the past to the present, I said in, I think it was the first or second episode, perhaps the second episode, you talk about technology or social media. Very useful. So here's my answer. I think there are a lot of differences between reading habits in the past and in the present. And one of the biggest differences we can see is the use of ebooks and ebook readers. For me personally, I started using an ebook reader this year. I got it a few months ago, and it totally transformed my reading habits and the way I consume books. A lot of people really like books, but they are not the most practical things when it comes to taking it on public transportation or lying in bed even. I like to lie in bed in the dark, so it's not great for reading a book. I could solve some of these problems by getting an ebook reader, which was really light, small, portable, and allowed me to read a lot more than I used to. So I would say the ebook reader is one of the biggest reasons that book reading habits have changed. Here we go. What types of buildings are there where you live? I live in Korea. Particularly, I live in Seoul, the capital city. So we can see a lot of apartment buildings, smaller buildings which are called villas here, but I believe they are kind of small apartments or flats, as we call them in England. And there are many skyscrapers around where my office is in the business district. Okay, very concise and to the point, and I got probably a couple of words in there from my keywords. Skyscraper I know is one. Let's go to the next question. Part 1 again. Have you ever visited a famous structure? Yes, I've visited many famous structures. The first one that comes to my mind would be Sydney Opera House. This is an iconic building in Sydney Harbour. And as you can tell by the name, it is an opera house where they do, I've never been inside, but I assume they do operas and classical performances. It's a really amazing looking building, very unique, almost futuristic in its look, but yes, it was a striking building and something that remains in my memory. Okay, I think that's good. Part 1 is done. And let's do a part 2 today again. So I'm going to prepare 2 minutes on my clock. And as usual, I won't give myself any time to prepare. But as you know, I don't have any answers prepared. I do freestyle it, but I will be using my structure that I always use. Oh, on that point regarding my structure, just remember I will go through the past, the present and the future, so try to listen to that as I'm giving my answer. It will show you how I manage my answer. So I've got 2 minutes prepared on the clock, and the question is as follows. Describe a style of architecture that you like. Okay, 2 minutes starts now. I'm not a big fan of architecture, and I don't really pay much attention to types of architecture. But what comes to my mind is the traditional buildings of the Alps in Europe. I first came across these buildings when I was traveling in Austria and South Germany. And I saw that these buildings had very tall and steep roofs. They also had these balconies with lots of flowers arranged on them, or some kind of a bush or plant. They're also heavily made of wood. So I was really struck by the appearance of them, and I thought they were absolutely beautiful. And by the way, these buildings that I'm talking about are just typical townhouses or houses that are lived in by families. So let me tell you a little more about these houses. As I said, they have a very steep roof, and as I understand, these are made for the snow to fall off easily so that the snow doesn't collect on the roofs. This is important because they are in the Alps in Europe. As I mentioned as well, there are many flowers and these balconies, and what I understand about that is in the summer they stop the scent of the flowers, or the scent of this foliage stops mosquitoes gathering around the houses. So everything has a function. I loved these houses, and I really hope that I can live in this kind of house in the future. I'm sure they are expensive. I'm sure there are cheaper styles of houses in the towns, but I was really attracted to these Austrian style houses. Okay, there you go, 2 minutes. I have to say, that wasn't easy. I had no plan for what I was going to talk about, and I don't know anything about architecture. I don't know the names of the different types of architecture, and I wanted to keep it simple as well. So remember, if you're in my situation, just go with what comes to your mind first and what you have experienced directly. If that is just simply the architecture outside your window right now, that's fine. It doesn't have to be your favorite architecture, just the first thing that comes to your mind. Don't overcomplicate a difficult question. Okay, so let's do some part 3. Do you think it's worth the money to preserve old buildings? Yes, I think it's worth the money. Old buildings are really important to the area, to the town or city, because it's part of the area's heritage. It's so easy to demolish these buildings and replace them with more practical or modern styles of building, especially nowadays as we're trying to be more eco-friendly. But sometimes you have to find a balance between, practical living and actually keeping some of that history and heritage, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, I think that was a reasonable answer, and I actually got 3 or 4 key words in there from the list: heritage, eco-friendly, demolish. I think those 3 I got into my answer. Remember, you can find all of these words on the free handout on my website. Let's do another question. How have buildings changed in the past few years? In the past few years, it's quite a short period to talk about in the past few years, but what I can notice in Korea, because I've been here for 10 years, is the apartments have become more eco-friendly, and their design has become, they've started to incorporate more variety. We used to see these horrible white monstrosities, these apartment complexes, and they call them matchbox apartments because everything looks the same. This was about 10 years ago, but nowadays they really try to get that variety and make the buildings sort of blend into the surroundings a little more naturally. Okay, I'm quite happy with that answer. Not bad. I got a few keywords. Monstrosity was one of them. A very ugly building. Let's do one more question and we'll wrap up today's episode. Are buildings now better than those in the past? Yes, I think buildings in some ways are better now than they were in the past. I keep going back to the word eco-friendly, but that's such a key word nowadays, and the modernization of apartments and architecture and things like that is so important. So nowadays they are using solar panels. They have these incredible systems in the apartments to get rid of waste. So in that sense, I think buildings now are better in the past. Just as one more point though, I would say that in some ways, particularly in terms of beauty, they haven't improved. And I think some of the buildings from the past, particularly the small houses, carry a lot more character and beauty than more modern buildings. Let's start today's episode with a part 1 to warm me up. What do you do for a living? Well, that's an easy one. I'm an English teacher. I teach IELTS to English students. Normally, these students are people that want to study abroad or work abroad. So I try to prepare them for the exam and also prepare them for life in another country by improving their whole English and making sure they are comfortable communicating in the English language. Okay, let's go to the next question. Why did you choose that kind of work? I think I was born to be a teacher. I was actually a golf teacher for a period while I was in England, but that wasn't really for me for various reasons, and I found myself 10 years ago, actually more like 12 years ago, in the English language field, and I really enjoyed it, so I worked on that and I got the various qualifications that I need, and now I'm loving my job. Okay, let's do another part 1. Would you like to do a different job in the future? That's a good question, and I'm not sure. I would say no. I'm very happy in my field, and I'm very happy in the various aspects of my job. Now, there are so many aspects of my job because I create online content, I do this podcast, I do lessons in my academy. So yes, I would like to move towards other areas of the job, but I will always remain in English education. Okay, I'm happy with all those answers. I'm feeling confident today, so let's have another go at a part 2. I'm on a bit of a roll at the moment. The last 3 times I've managed to go to 2 minutes exactly. So let's see if we can keep that going today. Remember, you don't need to finish exactly at 2 minutes. That's very hard. But I do encourage you to reach 2 minutes. If you hit 2 minutes, the examiner will interrupt you, and that's fine. Don't finish early. That's the key point. Okay, I've put 2 minutes on the clock. As you know, I don't have time to prepare, so I will just freestyle using my IELTS Plus structure. So here we go. The question is, describe the job you would most like to have. So I'm going with the first thing that comes to my mind. Let's give it a try. This is a difficult question and it really depends on payment. But if I don't really need money, then the job I would most like to have is a guide in the Lake District, which is a national park in England. So I first went to the Lake District when I was perhaps 6 years old. This is a national park and it's full of lakes and mountains, and I would say it's a beauty spot in England that everyone should go to. It's absolutely incredible. And I loved spending time there, and I actually got to know this national park so well, I could name every mountain by sight, and I think you could drop me anywhere in that national park and I would be able to find my way out very easily. So let me tell you a bit more about this job being a guide in the national park. Now, I've never used a guide myself, but I imagine that a guide would have to help people who are going on hiking trips or they would have to explain different parts of the park. Perhaps they would have to do work in the park, like maintaining footpaths or mapping, something like that. I think there would be a variety of roles or things that you need to do in that job, but most importantly, you're spending a lot of time in the mountains, and this is what I would love to do more than anything. Of course, you wouldn't be paid much, so I'd have to be financially stable if I were to take that job. In the future, I hope to have enough money that I can actually apply for that job, and fingers crossed that job becomes available and I can actually apply for it. Okay, there you go. 2 minutes. Not the easiest one to answer, but I was very comfortable because I was talking about something I'm comfortable talking about, which is hiking in the Lake District. I'd say my weak point, and there was a weak point, was not enough topic-specific vocabulary. So remember, one of the parts of the marking is your vocabulary range, and one of the ways you can really improve this is with topic-specific vocabulary. This is why I made the handouts for the podcast. There's 10 topic-specific vocabulary. You have things like promotion, bankrupt, niche, social responsibility. Great words, but I didn't include them in my answer. And I think that would be a bit of a weak point. So, not bad. Quite happy with that. Let's move on to some part 3 questions. Firstly, which jobs would you say are most respected in your country? Well, I live in Korea, and typically the most respected jobs are that of doctors, lawyers, these typical jobs that require a lot of education to get into. They're very, very competitive jobs, and they are highly paid, of course. I think one of the key points is the amount of education that's required to get into the job. So people really respect that. And that's why those who become lawyers or doctors find it very easy to have a comfortable life and easily find a wife or husband to marry and have a family. So it's a good area to get into. Okay, let's do one more question and then we'll wrap up today's episode. What changes in employment have there been in recent years in your country? Now, before I answer, remember my top tip. We very often get these questions, right? How has something changed in recent years? What has changed in recent years? So, technology, social media, this is what you can be thinking of when you get these questions. So, that's what I'm going to use in my answer. So the question again, what changes in employment have there been in recent years in your country? There have been many changes, particularly in the last 2 years because of the pandemic, the COVID-19. So one of the biggest changes has been in the use of technology and probably in the use of social media. One of the things I've seen that's advertised a lot nowadays is the position of social media manager. And this is someone who has to create posts, comment on posts, interact with the customers through things like Instagram, Facebook, other social media platforms. This 10 years ago, when I was looking for jobs at that time, this role didn't exist. So there's been this huge move towards using technology and also promoting companies through social media platforms. So as always, we will start with some part 1 to warm me up. And I will try to use as many of the vocabulary and expressions as I can. Number 1, are you open to change? I think I am open to change. I actually embrace change. I've experienced a lot of changes in my life. I'm living in Korea now, so that's a big change. So I think I've become quite good at adapting to changes and adapting to new situations. So yes, overall I would say I am open to change. Good, short and sweet. Let's go to our second part 1 question. What changes do you plan to make in the future? I plan to make a very big change in the future, actually. I currently live in Korea, as I said, but I plan to move back to England maybe in the next 5 years. So that's a huge change. Although England is my home country, my nation, it's probably going to feel fairly unfamiliar to me because I've been out of England for, by that time it will be 15 years. So that's going to be a huge change. Right, part 2. Now, as always, I've prepared the timer next to me. No preparation time, unfortunately. I'll go straight into a 2-minute answer. And the question is as follows. Describe a big change you experienced in your life. Okay, so 2 minutes is ready. I'm going to start now. I'm going to tell you about the huge change I experienced when I moved to Australia. Around 12 years ago, I was working as a golf tutor, a golf teacher, and although I was fairly happy, my life kind of felt stagnant. I was kind of going through a bit of a dip, and I wanted to make a fresh start. So at that time, I decided, let's do something, let's make a big change. And let's do something a bit crazy. So I decided to move to Australia. I think at that time I had in mind that I would move there for a year. So that's what I did. Let me tell you a little more about this travel to Australia. So I very quickly moved to Australia from the time that I made that decision. And I actually arrived there with no plans at all. All I had was I booked the hotel. So I booked about 3 or 4 nights, and I had to decide everything from that point on. Not only where I would go, but also how I would make money, where I would live, who I would spend my time with. I went there by myself. So this was a huge change in my life. Of course, I'm British, and Australia has a bit of a different culture. So that was another thing that I had to adapt to. I really enjoyed that experience. It wasn't easy. I went through some difficulties, but overall, it was a real learning experience and changed me and made me become who I am today. So in the future, there you go, 2 minutes is up. So I didn't get it bang on today, but I didn't quite finish what I wanted to say. As you heard, I moved on to the future, which is how I always finish my answers. I just managed to finish my opinion. I'm not sure if that was, I suppose that was quite a good answer. I certainly managed to get quite a lot of vocabulary in there. I know I used make a fresh start, go through, fresh, adapt. So I got some good words and phrases in there. So overall, I'm pretty happy with that answer. And it was true. There was no lies in there. It was a true story. Let's do 1 or 2 part 3s and wrap today's episode up. Now, okay, before I answer this, as I'm seeing this question, it made me think about what I want to tell you, which is a strategy. When we talk about change, it's very common. For example, this question, how has your hometown changed in recent years? The question is, how has something changed in a period? What I recommend to you, IELTS students, or even just in general conversation, is start by saying what the change is. Then say how it was before, Finally, say how it is now. So, what is the change? What was it like before? How is it now? Of course, the grammar is important. You're going to have present perfect, the change, past simple, before, present simple or present continuous, now. Let me show you how you do this. So, how has your hometown changed in recent years? My hometown has developed a lot in recent years. It used to be a very quiet town. There were a lot of parks. It's near the beach, so there was a lot of nature. Also, you could feel that it wasn't a high population. When you walked through the streets, there weren't that many people. It was just a really nice, quiet town. However, nowadays, as I said, it has developed a lot. So nowadays, it's busy. The buildings have changed. The parks have disappeared. It's really become quite a developed, almost a city, it feels like, which is not what I personally like. So that's how my hometown has changed. It's developed a lot in recent years. Okay, hopefully you could hear that. The change developed. In the past, it was a quiet, small town. Now it's almost like a bustling city. Right, one more and then I will wrap up. Listen again for that strategy, same thing again. So my next question is, how are the eating habits now in your country different from eating habits in the past? Kind of an awkward question, but so we're comparing eating habits in England in the past versus now. I think people have started eating a lot more instant food in England. In the past, we spent a lot more time with our family and a lot less time working. So at that time, there was a lot more cooking happening, using fresh ingredients, going to the supermarket, buying your ingredients. Nowadays, there seems to be a real lack of time, and one kind of solution to that is we can buy instant meals. In England, there's a huge amount of diversity in the types of meals you can get. So these instant meals, so that's a wonderful solution. A lot of people are taking that solution. Of course, the problem is it's unhealthy. You don't get the right kind of vitamins and minerals. So overall, it is a negative change. Let's get straight into it. Part 1 question, nice and easy. Did you enjoy your childhood? I would say yes, I did enjoy my childhood. It was a free time. When I compare to now, it was very free. So I often went to the beach. I played football with my friends. And there was just not many obligations for me. It was quite a free life. My parents were not too strict, so I could enjoy myself and go outside a lot. Good. Okay, I got one keyword in there, strict. So check that out on today's handout. And let's do another part 1 question. What do you miss most about being a child? Well, I would say again that it was the football, as I mentioned before. I really enjoyed going to the park with my friends. We went there so often, even on school nights, so during the week. I think we must have gone to the park 3 or 4 times a week to play football. Really organized football as well. I'd say we were obsessed with playing football and obsessed with playing sport in general. So that's what I most miss about being a child. Okay, let's move on to part 2. I'm preparing my time. There you go, we're all ready to go. As always, no time for me to prepare. It's 2 minutes on the clock, and I'm going to read you today's question. Describe a memorable childhood experience. Okay, so not an easy one, but straight away go to the first thing that comes to your mind. So I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock, and here we go. I have a lot of memorable childhood experiences, but I am going to choose to talk about my hiking trip to the Lake District. When I was young, I used to love hiking. I was really fond of going up to the national park called the Lake District. I often went there with my father. He would take me there every year, and we would hike for around about a week. That's what I remember, a week to 10 days, staying in youth hostels, going from youth hostel to youth hostel, and it was a really wonderful experience. But the one that comes to my mind specifically is when I went with my sister. At that time I could drive, so I planned the whole hiking holiday, which was around a week. And I drove 7 or 8 hours. That's how long it took to get to the national park. And we spent the week following my route that I had planned before. Let me tell you a little more about this holiday. As I said, I had planned it before. I really enjoyed planning hiking trips, getting the maps and finding the trails. And we stayed in youth hostels, same as I always did, and it was wonderful. We had to sleep separately because of, girls and boys' dormitories. So that was a little bit difficult because my sister was young, but we just stayed in the same youth hostel, just one. We came back and ate in the pubs at night or ate at the nearby restaurant. And overall, it was just a wonderful week together in the Lake District. It was probably one of my... Oh, that is very quick. That surprised me. Something you may have noticed is in the earlier episodes, I would glance at the time. But I realize that's unfair. You don't get to do that in the exam, so I'm trying not to glance at the time. Of course, this is okay. You don't need to finish your answer. The important thing is you speak until 2 minutes. As you may have heard today, I didn't even get on to my opinion part. I always like to talk about my opinion and then the future. So that's fine. I told my story completely. I was very happy with it. By the way, when I read that question, I had nothing in my mind. So literally just at the last moment it popped up, I could talk about the Lake District, and I was quite happy with my answer. So I hope you enjoyed that. Again, it was a true story. Sometimes I lie, but that was true. Part 3. What do you want to provide for your children that you didn't have when you were growing up? Oh, this is a deep question. Okay. And it's something I think about because I do have a daughter now. So let me try and answer. I hope to provide a very open and supportive environment for my daughter. Now, I'm not saying I didn't have that from my parents, but particularly my father was very authoritarian. So I don't think I would be quite that way. I think I would be less strict and have a little bit more open communication. So that's something that I often think about with my daughter. But as I said, I had a great upbringing and there was no problem with it. Just I think when it comes to communication, I will approach it differently to my parents. Good. Okay. One more part 3. Do you think childhood passions can be pursued as a career in life? This is another really interesting one for me, actually, because this is almost a regret in some ways. When I was young, I was obsessed with the weather. It sounds very strange, but I really loved studying the weather, looking at the weather, observing different weather types out of my window. And I think it would have been very wise to pursue that as a career. It never came to my mind. I never even thought of using that passion in my career. So one thing that comes to my mind is that when a child has a passion, we should at least show them how they can pursue that in their career, how they can use it in their later life. So let's start with a question 1, part 1 of the IELTS speaking exam. Do you like the city you live? Sorry, let me start again. Do you like the city you are living in now? Yes, I like the city I'm living in now. I live in Seoul, South Korea. It's a busy city. There's a lot to do. I think the thing that stands out to me most about this city is that it is 24 hours, 7 days a week. It never stops. You can really experience the hustle and bustle of the city down where I am now, which is called Gangnam. And yeah, it's a really energetic city. Okay, let's go to the next one. Another part 1. Do you prefer the city or the countryside? Although I enjoy living in Seoul, I'm definitely more of a country boy. I much prefer living in the countryside. The reason I prefer living in the countryside is I like the peace and tranquility. I also love nature. Sometimes I like just being in nature, listening to the sounds of the birds and the insects and smelling the flowers. It's just a wonderful place to be. I feel much calmer, so I definitely prefer the countryside. Okay, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling warmed up. Those were good length of answers. They weren't too long. Sometimes I go a little bit too long on part 1, but I think those were good. So as always, let's do a part 2. I think it's always good to put a part 2 in there. It really challenges me. So 2 minutes are on the clock already. And today's question is, describe an interesting town or city in your country that visitors might enjoy. So before I answer, I am going to talk about England. I do live in Korea. I could talk about Korea, but I'm going to talk about England because I want to introduce something to you. So I haven't prepared, but 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about a city in England called Bath. When I was young, I went to this place called Bath, and it's in kind of the southwest of England, southwest of England. And I went there without knowing much about it, and I was really struck by the architecture and the beautiful buildings and the layout and kind of the harmony between city and countryside. So let me tell you a little more about Bath. Firstly, although I think it is officially a city, it's a very small city. The reason it's a city officially is because it has a cathedral, which is obviously a very large church, and that officially makes it a city. But as I said, it's very small. It's quite touristic. There are some areas of the city that definitely attract tourism. There's some good tours of the city. There's a nice bus ride you can take around the city. So it definitely attracts tourists. And the reason for that is it's a Roman city. It has a lot of Roman remains. It has the Roman baths, which is why it's called Bath, Bath. Because it's not a big city, it doesn't have that kind of hustle and bustle. It doesn't have the high-rise buildings. It's just the central area. There's a shopping district, and then you've got the suburbs, which are just small houses around the outside. I personally love Bath because although it's a city, it kind of keeps, as I said before, the balance of nature and the city, and it's quiet and just a pleasant place. Okay, at that point, that's where the examiner would probably interrupt me, and then perhaps he or she would give me a follow-up question, maybe asking about a little more about Bath, there could be a number of follow-up questions they could ask if they wanted to. Good. And I think nothing really to say about that. I did manage to get a few key vocabulary and expressions. I'm doing better with that today. Let's see if I can get a few more in to the part 3. So part 3 questions now. I'm aiming for around a minute per answer. That's what I always have in my mind. So if you're taking the IELTS exam, keep in your mind, a minute for part 3 answers is a good thing to aim for. So why do some people prefer to live in a city? That's easy for me to answer because I have a lot of friends who prefer to live in the city. The main reason they say to me is convenience. When you live in the city, there are so many shops nearby. There's good transportation system. You don't even have to take transport in order to get to shops, coffee shops, restaurants, that kind of thing. And also, it seems a really important thing for some people is the quick access to things like hospitals, doctors, dentists, that kind of thing. So that's definitely the number one reason I hear for living in the city. For me personally, I disagree. I actually much prefer living in the countryside. Good. Let's do another part 3 question. What are some of the challenges facing towns and cities? I think the main challenge, certainly where I live in Korea, is getting the balance between the development of the city while balancing it with nature or access to nature. It's very easy to develop and spread and make all of these high-rise buildings, big flats. It seems very easy to do that, and that's what traditionally cities have done. But it's also really important for the life of people that live in cities to make sure there's enough parks, just trees along the side of the roads or little courtyards. I think London does this very well, but where I live now, Seoul, it doesn't do very well. But I do think they're trying to move in that direction. So let's get straight into some part 1. Do you believe that climate change is a serious problem? Yes, I do believe it's a very serious problem. I can't really tell you much about the facts and statistics, but personally, I can feel that certainly over the last 10 or 15 years, the temperature has got warmer, the summers are hotter, and the winters we just get so much less snow, unfortunately, because I'm a huge fan of snow. So yes, I would say it's a serious problem, and we're seeing a lot of the effects around the world. Okay, I'm not particularly happy with that answer. The reason is it was very sort of my experience and my opinion, whereas I think I could have been a bit more fact-based and maybe talked about, the ozone layer, what the government's doing, reducing carbon emissions, using some of those key words. That would have been better. Anyway, let's try another one. What causes climate change? Well, the key cause of climate change are greenhouse gases. Obviously, the main one is CO2, carbon dioxide, and this comes from the factories, particularly, certainly what I can see is these the energy generating factories that use coal. They put a lot of CO2 into the air, and then on top of that, we're cutting down the trees, which is deforestation, and that's getting rid of the thing that removes carbon dioxide from the air. So those, I would say, are the 2 key reasons for climate change. Good, okay, I was a bit stricter then. I used some more key words and phrases, so hopefully you could catch that. I mentioned deforestation, by the way. Deforestation is the removal of forests. Let's do a part 2. No more warming up, straight into part 2. 2 minutes on the clock. And let's see. I think this is going to be a hard one. I haven't prepared. I think this is going to be hard. So let's see how I do. 2 minutes on the clock. Firstly, describe an environmental problem or event in your country. Okay, I'm going to go with England, by the way. So 2 minutes on the clock. Let's start now. I think I'd like to tell you about the problem in England, which is increased flooding. When I was young, it was quite rare to hear news about flooding. There were the odd events, maybe sometimes in winter where you get sustained rainfall. There were sometimes some events, or maybe isolated incidents of thunderstorms that caused flooding, but it was fairly rare. Nowadays, it seems like there's just news all the time in England from different areas of the country, and you can see the map of the country and it shows you the warning levels of flooding, and it just always seems that there's some kind of flood warning around the country. Let me tell you a little more about this problem. I don't know when it really started. I suppose it's just gradually increased over time, but particularly where I live, we drive past rivers and some real lowland where, very often you see the rivers have burst their bank, or even just simply the water table is very close to the surface of the ground. So it makes it very difficult for things like gardening, or as being a golfer, it makes it difficult to play golf because the golf courses get shut. I think this is just as a result of climate change, global warming. It's caused a lot more rainfall. I'm not quite sure of why that is. I don't know much of the science behind it, but we definitely need some radical rules and policies set out by the government in order to combat global warming, and therefore that will combat this extra rainfall, which is causing such a problem. So as I said, okay. Not easy. Again, I had to kind of bring it into my world in order to feel comfortable, and that is the advice I always give my students is bring it into your world. What do you know about? Don't talk about forest fires if you have no idea about forest fires or you've never experienced it. For me, I've seen the rain. It is an issue near my house, and it is something that affected my golf. So that meant I could speak for like a minute or a minute and a half about my personal experiences. That's so important. I also managed to get a few key words in there like radical and combat. So yeah, I think that was a reasonable answer. I'm quite happy with that. So finally, let's go through some part three questions. What are some of the effects of global warming? I think there are several effects of global warming. Obviously, flooding, which is what I talked about before. We're seeing so much more flooding, not only in my home country where I was born in England, but also where I live now in Korea. Also, we can see more forest fires. This is because of the increased temperature around the world, and also in some parts of the world, they're getting less rainfall. So this is causing more forest fires, wildfires. Apart from that, you're seeing more, dry weather in some areas like deserts, which means that the deserts are expanding. And then in other areas, you're getting more rainfall in wet areas, which is causing more erosion of the soil and, real big changes of the environment. Okay, let's go on to, let's perhaps just do one more. I'm gonna pick a really hard one. I'll pick the last one on my list. Do you think fighting climate change is a governmental responsibility or the responsibility of individuals? Firstly, I would say it's the responsibility of both. We can't just say it's the responsibility of individuals, because then there will be a lot of individuals who don't do things to tackle it. I think the government also has to play a role in it by setting quite radical policies so that we can make changes to our life and therefore make changes to the environment. However, on the individual level, we should be taking more care and paying more attention to our carbon footprint. This means using our car less, riding a bike or walking more, being careful about what the products we use and what we throw away. So I think that's really important for individuals. So let's start with some part one. What type of clothes do you like to wear? I like to wear quite simple clothing. I'm not an eccentric person. I don't like to really stand out in the crowd, so I like to wear simple colors, simple styles, and because of my job, I tend to wear work clothing. Okay, I'm being quite good with my keywords today, so you can check that on the list of 10 words. Let's go to another part one. How important is fashion to you? Well, fashion in terms of what becomes fashionable and what goes out of fashion is not important to me at all. As I said before, like simple clothing. So I go to the shop and I choose blues and whites and blacks. I choose smart trousers that go with my shirts. So as you can see today, this is a fairly typical outfit for me. As you can hear with my answers, I'm not going into a great deal of detail because this is part one. I am keeping it fairly simple, and that's what you should do too. We'll start to elaborate more as we move into part three. Okay, we'll do one more part one. What kind of clothes do you dislike? Due to the type of clothing I like, it's really the opposite styles that I dislike. So particularly that kind of eccentric clothing, the colors. I don't wear things like yellows and pinks. I also tend to avoid baggy clothing. I don't know why that is. I suppose because I wear work style clothing, it tends to be a bit more slim, but baggy doesn't really suit me. Okay, we'll go straight on to a part two, and this is where it starts to get a bit more difficult. So we would normally have 1 minute to prepare, but I won't be doing that myself. We have the question, describe someone you know who dresses well. So I've got to come up with something very quickly. That's 2 minutes on the clock. Let's start now. I'd like to tell you about my friend Nick. I first met Nick 10 years ago in Korea. And when I first met him, I was really impressed by his style of clothing. He wore a lot of fashionable items such as skinny jeans or ripped shirts. To be honest with you, I don't really understand fashion or what is fashionable, but you could tell when you saw him, he was a fashionable guy and he was always choosing new items of clothing. He loved shopping. I would call him a slave to fashion because whenever a new fashion came in, he bought items connected to that. Let me tell you a little more about Nick. He is quite a loud and outgoing guy. He likes spending time with people and he likes going out and going to clubs and pubs and restaurants. So I think he really wanted to stand out. He really enjoyed dressing himself. He also liked dressing up. So when we would go to things like weddings or some kind of events, exhibitions, he always dressed up and he was always the smartest person there. In my opinion, firstly, I really like Nick. I don't see him so much anymore, but I was really attracted to the attention to detail he had when it came to fashion. But in my opinion, fashion is not very important and not something that I really pay as much attention to as I should. So in the future, I hope I can take some lessons from Nick and apply it to my dress sense. That's what I was going to say. So that's my 2 minutes up. This is an interesting one, and genuinely, I had no answer for this question, so I lied. I don't have a friend called Nick. I didn't meet someone 10 years ago. It loosely connects to someone that I did meet while I was in Korea, but I had to really make that up. And as I progressed through the answer, I became more confident with my story. So it's not easy to lie, but if you have your structure, like I do, if you have a really solid structure you're very, very comfortable with, it's much easier to lie and concentrate on the content. So I'd say the lesson from this is really make sure you have a very comfortable structure that you're really confident using. Okay, let's go on to some part 3. As I said at the start of this episode, I'm going to be more strict with my structure. Let me answer and then I'll give you some details about that. So, part 3. How different are the clothes you wear now from those you wore 10 years ago? My clothes are definitely very different now. 10 years ago, I was quite a young guy and I used to wear a lot of hoodies, baggier jeans, more sports clothing. I wore that because really I wanted to be comfortable. I had a very active lifestyle outside of work and outside of school. So definitely in my life I had different priorities. Now, however, work takes up the majority of my time, and to dress suitably for work, it really has to be shirts, trousers, more slim clothing, shoes, not trainers. I used to only wear trainers, so I would say that's how I dress differently from 10 years ago. Now, in terms of strict structure, this is another change question. We have so many of these change questions in IELTS. So what did I do? I introduced the change. I talked about the past, how it used to be. I talked about now, how I am now. And then I gave a quick conclusion. Quite a strict structure, and one that I always use for change. Okay, one more question. What do you think the clothes we wear say about us? I think the clothes we wear say a lot about who we are and about our personality. If you wear very garish clothing or eccentric clothing styles, it probably means that you are quite an eccentric individual. You have perhaps a slightly unusual or energetic personality. That's something else. You can wear colors that probably reflect your personality. For me personally, I tend to wear blacks, whites, and blues, which are very simple and sort of standard colors. And perhaps that's reflective of my personality, that I like to follow rules and I like to have some structure in my life. So I would say that, yeah, clothes really say a lot about our personality. Part 1, warm up. Do you like comedy? I love comedy. I think comedy is a wonderful genre. I particularly like comedy dramas and movies. There's a variety of types of comedy I like. I like parody, satire, and particularly I like stand-up comedy, which is very common in England. Already 3 or 4 key words from today's podcast handout, so check that out and see what those mean, and we'll do another part 1. What kind of comedy is popular in your country? I come from England, so I would say irony is a really popular kind of comedy, particularly sarcasm, which is kind of the dark side of irony. I don't like sarcasm personally, but it's fairly popular in our comedy. Also, stand-up comedy is really popular. This is where a comedian stands on stage and delivers jokes or stories and just has a microphone, no props, nothing else up there. And I personally really like that style. Okay, one more. Are you good at telling jokes? Not good at telling jokes, but I do like to tell stories which can be funny. You know, they can be indirectly funny. But I suppose I don't have the memory for jokes. I don't remember the jokes, so I avoid telling jokes. Okay, a very honest one today. Let's move on to part 2. Put 2 minutes on the clock. And let's see. We have the question, describe a movie or TV program that made you laugh. Okay, nothing comes to my mind. Perhaps we'll go with the simple one. Comes to my mind first. So 2 minutes on the clock starts now. I'd like to tell you about Friends. I first watched Friends maybe 20 or 25 years ago, a long time ago when I was young. And even though I was young, I really enjoyed the style of humor. I remember watching the episode and I remember just really liking the characters particularly. I liked Ross. I think I kind of connected to Ross the most. I could understand his situation and personality more. I also loved Joey and Phoebe. These were some of the characters that really stood out to me from the start. Let me tell you a little more about Friends. Now, Friends it's a comedy drama, so it's called a sitcom, situational comedy, and it's got a lot of irony, maybe a little sarcasm, definitely a lot of slapstick, and that's I would say, a bit more of an American style humor, which generally I don't like, but in Friends I really enjoyed. It has 6 characters. I'm not going to name them because it would take me too long, but they live in New York, and the drama centers on them in their apartments and their daily lives. And particularly, I remember they spend a lot of time in a coffee shop. And it's just constant jokes and funny stories. And Chandler, he's the kind of sarcastic one. So that's what I really remember. For me personally, I loved it. And funnily enough, still now I can happily watch episodes and really enjoy going back to the start and watching all 10 series. Oh, that was very quick. Okay. Again, nothing came to my mind immediately, but although Friends is not my favorite drama, there are so many movies and dramas that I prefer. It's just such an easy one to talk about. And I would say that for most of my students, Friends is a really easy one to talk about. So that's why I chose it. I followed my structure very strictly, though I didn't get to the future section. Okay, let's do a couple of part 3s and then we'll wrap up. This is where it gets a little tricky. What is the difference between comedy on TV and comedy in books? Well, it's a difficult question, but I would say the biggest difference is that on TV you can use a lot of slapstick comedy. Slapstick comedy is very visual comedy where people get hurt, they slip over, pushing each other, something falls on them. It's very physical comedy and, as I said, very visual. So the medium of TV is the perfect medium for showing that type of comedy. I would say comedy in books, because it's done through words, it has to be more subtle. Of course, you can do things like irony or satire, but it has to be constructed through words, so it's very, very different. Not a bad answer. I'm quite happy with that. Let's go to the last part 3. Is humor easy to translate from one language to another? I would say that it's not easy to translate mostly because humor is as much about culture as it is about just the humor itself. Humor comes from people being able to connect to it. It's, when you look at the humor in England, it very often connects to the story of people living in England and the difficulties we face. And the same can be said for Korea, which is where I live now. So also, there are different styles of humor depending on the country. Koreans like slapstick, I would say, whereas England, we prefer quite simple stand-up comedy. So on the whole, no, humor is not easy to translate from one language to another. Part 1, question 1, is your country a safe country? I am from England, and I would say that it's a relatively safe country, not great. It really depends on where you live. If you live in the inner city, like in London and some parts of London, some parts of Birmingham, it can be quite dangerous. There are assaults, stabbings, various types of crime, vandalism. But if you live in the countryside, generally you can avoid that type of behavior, that type of crime. Okay, another part 1, and then we'll move on to part 2. So, what do you think the most common crime in your country is? The most common crime, to be honest, I have absolutely no idea. But from my personal experience, I know a lot of my friends and colleagues committed the crime drink driving. This is where, of course, you drink alcohol and drive somewhere. And, when I played golf, a lot of people would finish their golf, have a drink, and drive home. So I would say that is a very common type of crime. So straight on to part 2. 2 minutes on the clock. Let's just get that prepared. And tell me about a time you broke a rule. Oh dear. Okay, this will be interesting. And nothing's coming to my head, but probably it would be something related to school. So yeah, let's go ahead with that. I'd like to tell you about a time that I broke a rule at school. When I was young, when I went to high school, of course, you have to go to school every day. It's mandatory. But when I got into the 6th form, which is when you're 17 and 18, I just skipped a lot of classes. It wasn't the whole time, but there was a particular period where I just kind of realized, what's the point in going to school? So I went through this period of skipping a lot of class. Let me tell you a little more about this rule that I broke. So, as I said, you do have to go to class, and there's a registration period at the start of class. And I would come to school in the morning, register for school, but then I would go out before I had to attend any classes. I remember clearly coming home is sort of a 20-minute walk home. On the way home, it was sort of 9:30. I'd pick up a frozen pizza from the shop, go home, and I'd have that for lunch a little bit later. The problem was the teachers did notice in the end, and they caught me going home, and I got punished. It wasn't actually a very severe punishment, and I think that's because I was 17 or 18. So the punishment was to serve detention, which means I had to stay after school for about an hour and a half, and I can't remember. I think I had to write an essay or something like that, so not a big deal. But so in my opinion, it wasn't a serious crime that I committed, or it wasn't a serious rule, but one that I look back at now and think that was a silly thing to do. Okay, I did do that. It was true. There was a period in 6th form, which is when, as I said, it's when you're 17 or 18 in high school, and I did skip a lot of class, and I did eat pizza, and it was wonderful, but it was a stupid thing to do, and I learnt my lesson. So, of course, this kind of question is pretty easy because you can draw on your experience. Now let's move on to part 3. I haven't prepared these, but I want you to try something with me now. When I answer a part 3 question, I have 4 sections. You've got direct answer, explain, example, conclude. Direct answer, explain, example, conclude. I consistently do this. What I want you to do is, while you're listening, listen for those 4 sections. The conclusion is optional, so I may or may not do that, but let's see how we go. Okay, first question. What is the best way for police to keep neighborhoods safe? I think the best way for police to keep neighborhoods safe is to have a presence in the neighborhood. What I mean is, police should have at least a few policemen or women patrolling the neighborhood and showing that they are there, making sure criminals know that there's a police presence. In England, you can spend a lot of time in neighborhoods. I remember from my childhood this is true, and you just don't see a police presence. This means that you feel like you can commit a crime and get away with it. So I would say that the best way to keep neighborhoods safe is to have a police presence. Did you hear the 4 sections? It was pretty clear. I tried to show sort of pauses in between. So hopefully you could hear how I constructed that answer. Let's do another. What do you think makes people commit acts of violent crime? I think boredom makes people commit a lot of acts of crime. Of course, it depends on the type of crime. I'm talking more about vandalism, sort of petty crimes that are not so serious. The ones that come to my mind are, like, as I said, vandalism, so painting on walls or destroying property, maybe stealing things, causing trouble around the neighborhood. I often saw this when I was in high school. I had a lot of classmates that were bored. There was nothing to do. There was no clubs to join. So not my friends personally, but I did know people that would commit these kind of petty crimes in the neighborhood through boredom. So yeah, I would say boredom is the main cause of this kind of crime. Now, I've made a mistake here. I don't know if I read this correctly, or maybe I didn't even read this, but it said, what do you think makes people commit acts of violent crime? So my answer is useless, but of course I just missed the word violent. At least I talked on the topic of crime, but I would change my answer if I had noticed the word violent. So apologies for that, but I hope you heard the 4 sections again. Now, number 3 of part 3, let's make sure I read this properly. Do you think that video games encourage young people to commit crimes? Okay, I'm clear, I heard it, I understood. Yes, I think video games can cause young people to commit crimes. There's a lot of violence in these games, and very often when you're seeing so much violence on a day-to-day basis, it normalizes that thing. So in this case, it normalizes violence. It makes it seem like a kind of day-to-day thing and almost acceptable. I used to play a game called GTA, Grand Theft Auto, which is where you literally attack people, you break into their cars, you deal with drugs and gangs and all these awful things. It's a wonderful game. It's a very deep game with an incredible world, but you get so used to seeing that it almost normalizes those activities in real life. I'm not saying I did those things, but I could see how it could happen. So, question 1 of part 1. What do most people do in your city? In my city, there's a huge variety of jobs. I live in Seoul, which is a capital city, but I would say there are a lot of teachers, a lot of office workers, which could be for a variety of types of companies, and there's a lot of people working in entertainment. So to be honest, there's just a huge variety of jobs, and it's difficult to even categorize. Let's go straight on to another one. I'm quite happy with that answer. That's not really economics, but an easy question. The next one. Do you read or watch news about the economy? No, I don't. I don't really find the economy very interesting. There are a lot of topics that I do find interesting, which I read about daily. Personal finance, for example, which is somewhat connected to the economy, but the economy itself, talking about capitalism, globalization, recessions, growth, I don't find very interesting. Okay, I sneaked some keywords in there: capitalism, globalization, recession. Those are some keywords today, very easily to kind of put that in that answer. Let's do a part 2, and this is an awful question. It's so hard. I can see it already. I haven't prepared, but as I said, this is going to be a great example of bringing it into your world. So let's see how I do. 2 minutes is on the clock, and here's the question. Tell me about an economic event. There you go. Very hard. A simple question, but very hard to answer. So 2 minutes on the clock. Start. Hold on. Okay. Start now. I'd like to tell you about the recession we experienced last year due to the coronavirus. Last year in January, the world was hit by the coronavirus, and it shut everything down. It shut businesses down. It shut tourism down. All of these very important areas of the economy were closed temporarily, and then over time, I know in Seoul, they closed permanently. Not industries, but a lot of businesses. The areas that got hit particularly were trade and education. My business is education, and although I'm surviving, as you can see now, it was a really hard time. I had to close my business temporarily, so I couldn't earn anything. And then I had to open up, but kind of semi-open, not a full schedule. And I gradually came back to normal, but it was a very challenging time. And let me tell you more about how the pandemic impacted my business. The students just had to stop coming to my academy because we had direct contact, and everything had to shift online. So I could maintain something, but most students don't like doing online lessons. They like to do face-to-face, and I understand, especially as I couldn't really give a big discount. So for a long time, I just wasn't teaching much, and it took a really long time to recover. For me personally, this was probably the hardest time in my life in terms of just earning money, sort of maintaining my lifestyle. Good. Okay. Now, what did I do there? The economic event, okay, it was the recession. That's a fair answer. But I didn't talk about the overall macroeconomics because I don't know about them very well. I didn't talk about the kind of, I didn't give facts about the impact on the country or whatever. I brought it very quickly into my world, which is my business. If it's you could bring it into your world and just talk about how it influenced your study, how the pandemic influenced your lifestyle, as long as it connects to your first answer, which is the recession, that's absolutely fine. Let's do some part 3. Does economic status affect the behavior of a country's citizens? Yes, it seems to, for sure. And I'm going to talk about England because that's what I can, or that's what comes to my mind first, is that you've got the lower class and their economic status is very low. And that's where a lot of crime happens. You know, if you go to lower class neighborhoods, you can see a lot of crime around, whether it's damage to property or there's assaults. It tends to happen in those places. Of course, this is England I'm talking about. I don't know other countries. I would assume it would be the same. Okay, not a bad answer. I'm not really getting many words in today, but again, that is the point of today's podcast. If you're uncomfortable with the topic, it's going to be harder to get the words in there, and that's fine. If you get a really hard topic, really hard questions, the most important thing is to give the examiner content. Give him answers, give him or her answers. Show them your English. So show them you can tell a story. Let's do one more. Is economic progress the best way to measure a country's success? I think no, it's not the best way. I don't really know what's the best way to measure a country's success, but for me personally, happiness is the goal in life. Now, obviously, money is part of that. We need money in order to be happy. But when I look at countries that are statistically happier, for example, I think Scandinavian countries do very well, and some European countries like Germany and the Netherlands. That's what appeals to me, and that, to me, that's what's successful, or that is what success is for a country. And therefore, that's the kind of country I want to live in. So, I would say economic progress isn't the best way to define success for a country. So, education, I think we'll just go straight into our first question. Part one, of course. Did you enjoy studying in school? Yes, I quite enjoyed studying in school. I think that's quite an honest answer. I particularly enjoyed studying when I was younger, in elementary school and middle school, or junior school as it's called in England. As I got older, I struggled, but once I found my motivation in university, that's when I was able to study very hard and enjoy it. Another question. Do you prefer studying alone or with friends? Now, this is easy for me to answer. I enjoy studying alone. The reason I enjoy studying alone is it allows me to concentrate. I don't get distracted by other people. I enjoy... Actually, I don't even care about whether it's quiet or not. You know, I can study alone in a coffee shop that's very noisy. But the important thing is I don't have anyone talking directly to me, and I can focus on my work. And that's it. I'm warmed up, I'm ready to go, and now we get into the real stuff. So, as you know, this is an IELTS podcast, so we're going to do a part 2 question. And I just want to remind you of my structure before I start, because I think if I remind you of the structure I'm going to use, then you will be able to listen for it carefully and realize how I structure this 2-minute answer. If you're taking IELTS, it will be very useful for you. If you're not, hopefully it helps you talk at length about any topic. So here's what I want you to listen for. I'm going to introduce what I'm going to talk about by saying, I'd like to tell you about blank. I'm then going to move to the past. In the past, or when I was young, then I'm going to move to the present. Let me tell you a little more about blank. Then my opinion, for me personally, and then the future, in the future, I hope. So these are the kind of sentences you've got to listen out for. Obviously, I haven't prepared today's answer, but I always have that structure in my head. So let's see what part 2 has in store. Describe a subject you enjoyed studying at school. Okay. Right, let's do it. So I need my 2 minutes on the clock. Let's start. I'd like to tell you about my favorite subject, drama. When I was young, I always liked drama. I liked acting. I liked performing in front of people. I wasn't the most confident person, but for some reason, when I was on stage or when I was in front of my class, I felt very confident and very comfortable to act or perform in some way. Not sing. I'm an awful singer, but yes, I really enjoyed the performance aspect. Let me tell you a little more about that class. This class had 30 students. The teacher was young and very kind, and it was, I think, twice a week we had drama class, and I really enjoyed it. Every class, it was a different thing. You know, we had to do little plays or little scenes that I had to come up with characters. It was really enjoyable, and on top of that, I actually got an A star. That's the top grade you could get in England. I got an A star every semester or every term. So yeah, that was the class. For me personally, it was my favorite class, and it was kind of a way of relieving stress between the harder classes such as maths or science, the classes that required a lot harder study. It also allowed me to get closer to my classmates. Sport was also a way that I could get close, but particularly mixing with the other gender, it was a really important class for me. In the future, I hope to do a little more drama and acting. There we go. 2 minutes up. So one thing I want to mention about that, as you could probably hear my structure, but I had to adjust something, and this is something you can always do. In the present section, if the topic is past, just talk about the past. So when I said, let me tell you a little more about, I chose about the class, the drama class. Of course, that's past tense. So you've got to keep talking in the past tense. Very important. Good. Well, we move on to the last part of today's podcast, which is part 3. We have 3 questions today. Let's see if we can do all of them. Has education in your country changed in the past 10 years? I'm going to talk about Korea because I'm more familiar with Korea. I think it's changed a lot. The one thing I've noticed particularly is before, when I looked at the private academies, I saw a lot of English academies, maths academies, even some art academies, that kind of thing. But nowadays, there's a big shift towards computer science, programming, things like that, particularly programming. I think nowadays, parents feel that programming could be the language of the future, and they are keen to put their kids through that and to start learning programming language as early as possible. So I would say that's one of the biggest changes in the past 10 years. Next question, how important is it to have a university degree? Oh, this is a really tough one. I would say, based on my experience, and depending on your country, it's not that important to have a university degree. The reason I say this is when I meet people and I deal with people in business and see the skills of people around me. I'm 34 now, so dealing with kind of people in their mid-30s, late 30s, I don't feel a difference between those who have gone through university and those who haven't. Of course, it depends on the person, but I feel like nowadays a combination of reading a lot, taking online courses, and experience can be enough to sort of overcome the university degree, so to catch up and even surpass people that are taking a university degree. So I would say no, university degree is not that important now. Good day to you, IELTS Plus students. Welcome back to another episode of the IELTS Plus English podcast. Today's topic is environment. Now, before we start, and I must remember this because I didn't say it last time, please go to my website, www.jax-english, to get your free content, your free podcast handout where you can have all of today's questions and 10 keywords and expressions related to today's topic. You can also get this on my Naver Cafe if you're in Korea. Yongguk Yongo Jax English, you'll find me there, and all of the free handouts are available. Now, also, I must say as well, don't forget, please like the podcast, like me on YouTube, wherever you are, and subscribe to become part of the community here as well. I love to have you, and I'm really enjoying this podcast. I hope you are too. Now, last week, I talked about education, and I failed to include the 10 key words. Now, I don't always do all of them. I tried to do 5 or 6, but last week I did none. So I'm going to set myself a challenge today. I am going to try to get every single vocabulary and expression into my answers. And when I get one of the words, I'm going to make this sound. So if you hear this sound, that means I've just said one of the key words, and hopefully we can do all 10. That's my challenge for today's podcast. So let's not waste any more time and go into our first question. So, do you think pollution is a big problem nowadays? I think pollution is an enormous problem nowadays. It's particularly air pollution is one of the things that I see very often. We've got air pollution and water pollution. So these kind of things seem to be killing off the native wildlife around the countryside. And we're seeing more and more insects and animals and plants die out. It's causing so many problems for us people. Our respiratory systems are affected. So I think it's a huge problem nowadays. Okay, this is harder than I was expecting to include today's keywords. That's a bit of a tricky one. I think I got 2. Now, do you take steps to help the environment? I do try. I try to do a number of things. For example, of course, I recycle. I divide all of my rubbish. I try to walk as much as possible because I don't want to be using fossil fuels as much as I can. So that would mean, of course, driving a car. I have been part of some conservation projects, such as I attended a plant a tree festival or something like that, where I spent the whole day planting trees. And in the future, I hope to live more sustainably. Sustainable life living for me would be using renewable energy, such as solar energy and wind energy, and just not polluting the environment as much as possible. Okay, well, I think we're doing okay so far. So we'll go straight on to a part 2. So I'll prepare my timer. The question for part 2, and I think this is going to be very challenging to include keywords, but we'll do our best. Describe an environmental problem in your country. Okay, so I think that's quite an easy one for me to talk about. I am going to talk about Korea, and I've got 2 minutes on the clock, starting now. I'd like to tell you about air pollution in Korea. Air pollution is a huge problem here. In the past, I remember when I first came to Korea 11 years ago, I felt like the sky was very often blue. It was clean. There was no issues with breathing. We had the yellow dust, but I don't remember pollution and very fine dust being an issue. Nowadays, so we're 10 years later, it's just a nightmare that occurs multiple times a year. So let me tell you a little more about the situation now. Particularly every winter, sometimes in spring and various other times of the year, we have this enormous amount of pollution hanging over, certainly Seoul, sometimes the country. Now, this blows over from factories. I think also the huge number of cars contribute to it. And it's making breathing very difficult. It's making it very dangerous for humans. And as I said before, also wildlife and the environment. Environmentalists are particularly concerned about it, so they're doing what they can do by making sure people know what's happening, why it's such an issue. I think possibly deforestation has also contributed to this issue. Deforestation has occurred around Korea a lot, particularly with the development around Seoul. So I suppose there's a number of contributing factors to the poor air quality. For me personally, that's 2 minutes. So I missed opinion and future. I would have just said how it affects me and how I feel so bad, and sometimes I get a nosebleed. I don't know if that is from the air pollution, but it seems to be. And then I would just wrap up by saying, in the future, I hope that this problem is solved, etc., etc. So now, how are we doing? I think we've done at least 6 or 7 of today's key words, and I really want to make sure I try and hit all 10. You will know this by the number of beeps if you're listening on the podcast, and I will flash up the word or expression on the podcast video on YouTube in case you're interested. So let's go on to part 3. What do you think is the main danger the world faces in terms of the environment? I think the main danger is climate change, and this comes from the huge amount of deforestation, our reliance on fossil fuels, and just so much development and destruction of the environment, the wildlife. This is causing multiple issues already. I know in some countries they're experiencing droughts from climate change. Some they're experiencing floods, and just generally there's the temperatures going up, and it's causing much more extreme weather. So I would say climate change is the biggest threat facing humanity. Okay, let's do another question. What measures can an individual take to protect the environment? I think an individual needs to think locally, think small, and do small actions that add up if every individual does it. So, for example, something on my mind is that everyone should take a flask with them. You know, one of these thermos flasks which retain the heat or the cold of a drink, and use that whenever they go to a coffee shop or in their workplace or academy, whatever it is. And it would just cut down an enormous amount of plastic use. Another thing, of course, that everyone knows is that you can walk wherever you go, you can cycle. I think a lot of us are guilty of using public transportation or your car to go somewhere that's not that far. So I would say those are the 2 things that most individuals can do. Right, we're on to the last question. I think I have 2 more keywords, I think, that I haven't done. And I've got to try and get them into this last question, this last answer. So good luck. How can we teach children about the importance of protecting the environment? I think we need to teach children about the ecosystem as a whole so that they can understand what is within the ecosystem and how we affect it with our pollution and various things. I think we can also introduce them to biodiversity in places like coral reefs, jungles, or even just our own countryside. And I think knowing about that would motivate young people to want to protect the environment more. How often do you have family get-togethers? Well, I live in Korea, so we have family get-togethers once every 2 years. Of course, this is not normal, but I go back every 2 years, and I really like to go back around Christmas so that I can spend time with my family and do all of the kind of Christmas traditions. Of course, if I lived in England, I would prefer to meet my family and have get-togethers perhaps once a month. We'll see. I will move back one day. Good. Okay, let's go straight on to a part 2. So part 2, 2 minutes on the clock. Today's question is, describe a family member that you get on well with. 2 minutes on the clock. I would like to tell you about my Uncle Chris. When I was young, I spent a lot of time with my Uncle Chris. He came to our house a few times a year, but when he came, I really enjoyed spending time with him. One of the things that really sticks out to me, that I remember, is that he was very passionate about birds, bird watching, identifying birds, and he bought me a bird watching book. I believe he bought it for me, and he would talk about birds and teach me about birds and teach me how to identify the different types. Then when he was gone, I would read this book, and I devoured this book. I really enjoyed reading it and learning more about birds. So let me tell you a little more about my Uncle Chris. I think he's a really passionate person about the things he's interested in, which is mostly nature related. I don't particularly look like him, certainly not a spitting image of him anyway. I think I take after him in my personality. I think in some respects I'm a little bit quieter, and I think he is too, but we both really like chatting and socializing, so I would say I take after him. Of course, he's part of my extended family. He's my uncle on my mother's side. In my opinion, well, he's a very important family member to me, and I still really enjoy catching up with him every time I go back to England. In the future, when I move back to England, I hope to spend more time with him, and of course, introduce my daughter Chloe to him, because I think there you go, 2 minutes. I was almost finished. I hope that answer was okay. I was actually trying very hard to get some of the key words in there, so I certainly got 3 in there. But that was pretty well structured, and I'm very happy. Let's move on to a part 3. Is family important in your country? Yeah, I think family is important. So, of course, I'm from England. It's very important. It depends on the family. Normally, immediate family is very important. And I know a lot of close-knit families. So for these families, it's really, family gatherings, special occasions, kind of family traditions. This is so important. But I don't know. I think things change, and perhaps for some families, they're growing more distant. There are sibling rivalries which break up families, and perhaps it's changing. Perhaps friends are becoming as important or even more important. I know for me, another very important thing is community. But to answer your question, I would say family is important. By the way, that's quite an interesting phrase you can use as a kind of a connective phrase for your conclusion, which is to answer your question, or but to answer your question. So that's, it's a good transition from the bulk of your answer, your main answer, to the conclusion is to answer your question. Yes, I think blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's do one more part 3. Is it better to grow up in a small family or a large extended family? Oh, I don't know. I would say that my feeling is it's better to grow up in a large extended family. The reason I say this is because I think just having as I grow older, I feel like community is more and more important, and perhaps having a large extended family provides you with more of a community. It allows you more people to talk to spend time with, to learn from. Perhaps we can learn more from our ancestors. Maybe more people in the extended family have knowledge about that. Of course, if a family is dysfunctional, it doesn't matter whether you're small or large. But overall, I would say that a large extended family is preferable. What is the most important festival in your country? So I will answer with Christmas, because that is true in the UK. The most important festival in the UK is probably Christmas. Of course, it is a religious festival. It's a Christian festival, but it has become a period as a nation where we, regardless of religion, we spend time away from work, we spend more time with our family, and it's a really happy period in the country, certainly for those 3 days. So I would say Christmas is an important festival in the UK. Right, we'll go into part 2. So 2 minutes is on the clock, and my question is, describe a popular festival or celebration in your country. So, of course, I am going to use Christmas again. You're going to get sick of hearing about Christmas, but I'm going to structure it this time. So listen carefully for the structure I always use. 2 minutes on the clock. Time starts now. I'd like to tell you about Christmas. When I was young, Christmas was such an important time for me, and still is now. But I remember how we had all of our routines. And there were some things that really stick out in my mind from when I was young. For example, on Christmas Eve night, Santa Claus would come. So I would look out of the window and see, is Santa Claus in the sky? Of course, I believed in Santa. And in the morning, my bed would be covered in presents. That was a really magical time to wait and wake up in the morning, and there's all these presents, and open them with my family. I also, of course, getting gifts as a child was so important, I suppose. It was so joyful. I remember particular gifts like my Lego and getting my first real bike. So Christmas was always so important to me when I was young. Let me tell you a little more about Christmas. Christmas in England is a really important time where you normally get 3 or 4 days off of work. You spend time with your family. Shops generally shut down or at least do limited opening hours. And wherever you go for the Christmas period, you can just hear music and you can see decorations and lights and evidence of Christmas. For me personally, it's a really important time of the year because nowadays I get to spend time with my family, and I think as I have a daughter now, it's going to be really important to introduce that to her and give her the experiences that I had when I was young. So in the future, and that's the time up, and I would have said that in the future, and I would have talked about giving a good Christmas to my daughter. So that's part 2. Very easy for me because I love Christmas. I hope if you have the IELTS exam, you have a topic that you can easily talk about. And obviously choose the festival that you're passionate about, you're interested in. Let's do some part 3. What is the purpose of gift giving? I think gift giving shows your appreciation for the people you love. I don't think the gifts need to be expensive, and I don't think you need to try to particularly impress the person with your gift. But the important thing is that the gift is meaningful. Sometimes it could be from something that person has said before, or perhaps the gift is something important for their lifestyle, something like that. And it just shows that you love that person. So yes, I would say that gift giving is important for showing your love and appreciation. Okay, just a little note there I think is worth mentioning. Just remember, with part 3, I always recommend that you give your direct answer, explanation, example, and then conclusion. There's those 4 elements. And when you give your explanation, I always tell my students, just go through your head, what, when, where, why, who. What, when, where, why, who, the 5 W's. And very often that will give you something you can elaborate on. For example, I said that gifts, the purpose of gifts is to show your appreciation. Well, in my head, I said, what? Well, what are the gifts? And then I gave detail on the types of gifts you can give. So that's just a little tip. If you're struggling to think of detail, try to train yourself to ask the questions and then answer what, when, where, why, who. You only need 1 or 2. Okay, let's do another part 3. Are any old traditions related to particular times of the year in your country disappearing? That's a really awkwardly asked question, but if you break it down, it makes sense. I think a lot, so I live in South Korea, and I think a lot of traditions and festivals are disappearing. I know, for example, things like Thanksgiving and the Korean New Year, people are not observing the different customs that have traditionally been there. So in Korea, for example, it's customary to let's talk about Thanksgiving. It's customary to make a very large meal as a family. That's reducing. There are so many rituals through the Thanksgiving day, like visiting the tomb of your ancestors. So these are really long-standing traditions that are changing, and we're losing them, which is a shame. And I think it's very important that we preserve these traditions. What is your favorite cuisine? My favorite cuisine is really difficult to answer, actually, but for now I will say Indian. In England, we eat a lot of Indian food. People may not know, but there are so many restaurants, Indian restaurants, owned by Indian people very often. And I love spicy curries, I love naan bread, and I love the poppadoms with dips. So yeah, I would say Indian food. What's your favorite meal of the day? My favorite meal of the day has to be dinner. I do like breakfast a lot, and it's very important to me, but there's not enough variety at breakfast. So dinner to me is the most important meal. Okay, I shot through those as quick as I could. Let's do a part 2, and let's just make sure I see this list of vocabulary and include some in today's answer. 2 minutes is on the clock. Tell me about your favorite restaurant. Now, I have nothing planned. I'm just going to go with the first thing that comes to my mind. 2 minutes on the clock starts now. I'd like to tell you about my favorite restaurant, which is a French restaurant in Seoul. I can't remember the name, but it's a very lovely restaurant in Seoul. So in about 8 years ago, I went to this restaurant for my birthday, and I wasn't expecting much. I went into the restaurant, and it was a very nice looking restaurant. It was quite rustic, And I was a big fan of French cuisine, so this was a good choice for me. But they really put on a great course menu. It was actually wonderful, scrumptious. And at the end of it, they gave me a birthday cake because we had told them it was my birthday. I wasn't expecting it, but they brought out a really nice, moist birthday cake, and it was a great end to a great meal. Let me tell you a little more about this restaurant. I've actually been there a few times now because it was such a good experience, but it's a kind of red colored restaurant, and it's a little bit dark inside. They've got really nice cutlery, plates, bowls, etc. And the staff are really nice. That's an important thing. They also have a very large menu. I'm not a picky eater, so I do like to see all the sort of unusual foods that I can try. On the other hand, I do often go with the foods I'm familiar with, which I like, such as French onion soup. So for me personally, it's my favorite restaurant in Seoul. I wish I could tell you the name of it so that I could recommend it, but I always forget because it has a French name. In the future, I really want to go back there several times. Perhaps I'll live in Korea another 5 years, so I hope to go back there another 2 or 3 times in the next couple of years. Okay. Oh, stop. There you go. Yeah, I didn't have a restaurant prepared, and the restaurant I chose wasn't ideal for answering a question because I don't know much about it, but it is one of my favorite restaurants. I did include some of today's vocabulary, so please check that. And now let's move on to some part 3. Just remember, before I answer, you should be listening for direct answer, detail, example, and conclusion. Those 4 elements will probably be in my answer. Listen for them and it will help you construct your answers. So I don't need any timer, I can put that aside. How can we make people eat healthier food? I think there are so many picky eaters, and a lot of people I know have a sweet tooth. So how can we make people eat healthier food? Maybe you can make sweet food be more, or healthier food sweeter and make it therefore more attractive. The problem sometimes is that healthy food can be quite bland, and I know this is not entirely true. I know it can be delicious. You can cook very tasty food that's also healthy, but it does take time. So if there could be a way to offer food that is perhaps sweeter, perhaps stronger, more accessible to people, then that would be a way to make people eat healthier food. Let's do another one. Do you think that cooking is a pleasure or burden for most people? I think for most people, cooking is a burden. A lot of people work long hours, or they have children, they have commitments, and cooking very often takes getting on for an hour or maybe even longer. I know for me, when I cook dinner at the weekend, I have some more time. I take almost 2 hours to cook, but that's because I like it. A lot of people don't enjoy cooking and they just see it as a burden. Today's topic, friends, part 1. Let's start with that. Do you keep in touch with your childhood friends? I keep in touch with some of my childhood friends. The problem is I did move from my childhood area when I was 20 years old, so that's a long time ago, and I lost touch. I had some friends there, but I guess you could say we drifted apart. Next one. Do you prefer to spend time with friends or time alone? For me, it's really 50-50. You know, very often people wonder whether you are an introvert or an extrovert. In my case, I always say I'm an ambivert, which is in between. Sometimes I like to be alone. I like to have a book, have a hobby that is done individually, that kind of thing. But on the other hand, I really love socializing. I love meeting new people, and I love attending parties where you can chat to people. So yeah, in the middle. Part 2, time is on the clock. I haven't prepared at all, as you know. And the question is, describe one of your friends. Well, I tell you what, I'll describe one of my friends that some of my audience may know. His name is Luke. So I will go straight into the answer now. 2 minutes on the clock. I'd like to tell you about my friend Luke. A while ago, about 2-3 years ago, I saw in Seoul there was a guy doing very much the same thing as me. He was a teacher on Instagram, making videos. I thought, oh, what a coincidence. I contacted him. I said, hey, how are you? Looks like you're doing something similar. Do you want to hang out? And he contacted back, and it turned out that we lived in a very similar area. So we met for a drink. We hit it off right from the start. We really got on very well. We had a nice drink together, and we started meeting. We had similar hobbies, which was a very important thing. And we started, hanging out more and more. Let me tell you a little more about Luke. Luke is also an English teacher. He did live in Seoul, but he has recently moved back to his home country of Wales. He is a similar height to me, maybe a little shorter, and he's a good-looking guy. He's got lots of friends. He's also married with a young daughter, same as me. So that's one of the interesting things, is we do have quite a lot of similarities. For me personally, he became a very important friend because, especially business-wise, we were doing exactly the same thing, so we were able to help and advise each other. We could try things and give each other our feedback. I think that was so important, so that gave us this thing in common, which was wonderful. In the future, although we live in other countries now, I hope to see more of him, and that is my time up. So you may know, if you are my subscriber, there's a good chance that you know Luke as well. If you don't, check out his channel. He does all of the Duolingo tests. So if you go on YouTube and type in Duolingo practice tests, you'll see Luke, and he's got a wonderful business which will help you with the Duolingo test. So, part 3. Do you think friendship is important? I think friendship is incredibly important. I think it's vital, in fact, for us to deal with our problems, for us to, be able to share our feelings and to grow as human beings. I think sometimes we can get a little isolated and not realize how important people are and talking is. So yes, I would say friendship is very, very important. Just to let you know, of course, if you're trying to emphasize something's very important, then you can use a word like vital, imperative. Just try to know these synonyms, or in this case, extreme adjectives that can emphasize your point. Another one, what do you think is the best way to make new friends? Well, I think as you get older, making new friends becomes a bit more challenging. But there are ways. I would say the best way to make new friends, firstly, is to be proactive. Find people online and reach out to them. Maybe you see someone in my community, it's one of my students, and you think, you know what, they look very similar to me, and reach out to them, and you may turn out to be wonderful, close friends, which is what happened with me and Luke. Alternatively, you could join some kind of hobby group. I think that's a good way to meet new people, hang out with them outside of that group, and you may be lucky to find someone very similar to you. Finally, do you think social media is changing the way we relate to our friends? I think social media is making some huge changes to the way we deal with friends. I don't know if it's always been this case, but sometimes I feel like because we have access to so many people, that there are people who just use you. So we call those people fair weather friends, people that just use you when they need something and when everything is good, but when things get bad, they abandon you. It's just easier to make new friends and to fall out with friends. And I think that's one of the problems with social media, both with friendship and also dating. Number one, part one, do you think health is important? I think health is incredibly important. I think we often don't consider our health. We focus on working, maybe taking care of the family. We put so many things a higher priority than our health, and I think that's a big mistake. Okay, we'll go straight into a part two because I was chatting a lot today. So let's see, 2 minutes are on the clock. And today's question is, describe something you do to keep healthy. Okay, that's pretty easy for me. So 2 minutes on the clock, starting now. I'd like to tell you about jogging. A while ago, it was 2 years ago, I started jogging. I've always been good at long distance sports, ones that require stamina. But I just found jogging so boring. I knew I wanted to do it, but I found it so boring. But I started very slowly, and I started doing a few kilometers, sometimes walking, sometimes running, and always listening to a podcast or music. And after some time, I really started to warm to it. I started to enjoy jogging. So let me tell you a little more about jogging. For me, jogging is going to the Han River, which is the river near my house, and running for 5 to 8, sometimes 10 or 12 kilometers. It depends how I feel. And as I said, I like to listen to podcasts about business, education, sport, a variety of topics. It's not a vigorous exercise, and I think you should try to have some kind of vigorous exercise as well. But it's a good aerobic exercise, and it's a great way to stay in shape. I just worry with jogging that I'm missing some elements of health that I would get if I joined the gym, for example. But for now, it's a good exercise. So for me personally, it's a really fun way to stay in shape. It's a good way for me to consume content, listening content. I think if you're a student, it's a good way to have some learning time, listening to something in English, for example. And yeah, I genuinely enjoy jogging now. I go 2 or 3 times a week. So in the future, I do hope to keep my health, and I hope to keep... No. There you go. Done. So yeah, that was true. I do like jogging now, and it was difficult to start, but yeah, it's a good hobby and free as well. Let's do some part 3s. This is important for health, I think. I think if you're going to get the health topic, part 3 questions will be pretty common, regarding health in society and stuff like that. But let's see. What do you think are the most popular ways of keeping healthy in your country? Okay, well, I live in South Korea, so we'll talk about that. I think golf, tennis, going to the gym, cycling, these are some really common ways of staying healthy. I think Korea is quite a healthy country on the whole. I don't hear too many cases of diabetes. I think a lot of the issues in Korea are mental. Stress is very high here. So a sport where you can socialize with other people and relieve that stress that builds up at work. I think that's very important here. Do you think more could be done to encourage health in your country? I think, I'll talk about England in this case, and I'm sorry to keep switching, but the reason is I think in England more can be done, so it's worth talking about. In England, there are a lot of cases of diabetes. Obesity is a problem. You can see it when you're in England. So I think that there could be ways that the government encourages people to particularly exercise, but also eat healthily as well. The diet in England seems to have deteriorated over the last few decades, and now a lot of people eat instant food. But on the exercise side of things, just encouraging people to go to the park, play team games, join clubs, things like that would be a really beneficial for society. One more question and then we will wrap up. What health issues did people deal with during the coronavirus outbreak? That's an interesting question. I think a lot of people dealt with health issues very much related to the mental side. It was, stress of being cooped up at home. It was stress from the inability to earn money. Financial stress was a big issue. It was stress from people who had their own businesses like me, and they feared for their business. They feared for their future. So that I think that was definitely the biggest issue. And of course, this has a knock-on effect in that people, when they're stressed, they eat less healthily, they do less exercise. So I feel like in the coronavirus, it all came from this mental issue that turned into a physical issue with regards to health. Let's go to our first question, which is a part 1, and it is as follows. Do you think charities are important? I think charities are incredibly important. They're vital. The reason is there's a lot of people in the world who need money, need food, need education. There's also animals as well, stray animals that need our help and care. The underprivileged, so that's the people I was talking about before, the underprivileged need our attention, and more often than not, they need our money. That was a bit of a long answer, so probably cut that down a little bit. I think the reason was I was trying to include a key word, which was underprivileged. So I just sneaked that in at the end. Let's do another part 1. Which groups of people generally need the most support in a community? That's difficult to answer because it really depends on the community. So for me, in my community, it seems to be the aged. So the people who are over 60, they've retired. Normally they're much older, actually, in their 80s. They're retired. They struggle to pay for gas, electricity, food. So they take really difficult jobs in order to pay for that. So I think they really need our help, and donating to them would be very important. Okay, well, we'll go on to a part 2. I'm going to put my 2 minutes on the clock, of course. As you know, I never prepare. I do make it up on the spot. So 2 minutes are on the clock. Today's question is, describe a charity which is important to you. Ooh, okay. Well, 2 minutes on the clock, and my time starts now. I'd like to tell you about an animal shelter near my house in Seoul. When I was young, I always loved animals. I loved all types of animals, to be honest. Dogs, cats, wild animals, the exotic animals you see in the zoo, even animals that people are scared of, such as snakes. I always loved and cared for animals. Unfortunately, I didn't really have a pet when I was young, but I always loved going to my friends' houses who had pets, and I did see stray animals in the street. Normally in England, it's cats more than anything, but now that I live in Korea, I can see that there are a lot of different animals, such as dogs and cats, that are stray and they don't have anywhere to live and they have a really tough life. So let me tell you a little more about this animal shelter. The animal shelter is in a city near to Seoul called Yangju, and they specialize in dogs. So they rescue stray dogs that have been abandoned. Normally they've been abandoned on a mountain in the countryside. The family doesn't want to take care of it anymore. So they take it in and they find a foster home or a permanent home. In my opinion, for me personally, this is a vital organization, because if they don't do it, who will? Who will organize the collection of stray animals and then be able to show it to people and show the animal to people, take care of them, so that families can adopt these dogs? So in the future, to be honest with you, I really hope, time is up, I'll just finish my sentence. I really hope that I can also either open my own animal shelter or help financially with an animal shelter. So I was really happy with that answer, and I'll tell you why. Firstly, nothing came to my mind at first, but secondly, I really quickly chose a topic that I'm comfortable with, and I like talking about. It wasn't 100% true. I don't live near that animal shelter, but that was kind of necessary for my story. But it definitely is something I care a lot about. Okay, let's move on to part 3. The question is, what are some of the ways people can help others in the community? I think people can, of course, start by donating money if possible. But more than anything, we can just help make strangers' lives better. Now, that could mean helping underprivileged people. It could be, for example, near my house, I see some elderly people who seem to have a difficult life. So the first thing I could do is to go over to them, talk to them, give them some companionship, some feeling of being in the community. But of course, I could also give money or food or something meaningful like that. So yeah, that's one of the first ways we could help people in our community. Do you think people help others more now than they did in the past? I would say yes, they do help people more than they did in the past. The reason is social media. It's a good thing and a bad thing, but I think overall for charity, we very often see people volunteering, doing volunteer work on social media, which can inspire us. We can see philanthropy, particularly celebrities or like famous CEOs who help others and then put it on social media. So that's okay. I don't like people broadcasting their charity, but it does inspire and it does help. So yeah, maybe more people help than they did in the past. Okay, I hope you're enjoying so far. I am trying to include some of the tough words in my answers because they are so hard. So when you have the free handout, please download it. Just go back and listen to where I've used the keywords and listen to them in context. That's very important. But for now, let's do one more question and then wrap up. Do you think children should do volunteer work as part of the school curriculum? Yeah, I think it would be nice to do volunteer work as part of the school curriculum. I think children don't really get much exposure to helping and charity when they're young. And just sort of forcing it through the school curriculum would be a nice way to introduce them and sort of get them accustomed to that aspect of life. It's so important. when I was young, I don't remember doing anything, to be honest, in terms of volunteer work. I have done as an adult, but yeah, as a child, I didn't do anything. And I think being exposed to that at a young age would have been beneficial for me. Let's start with part 1, question 1. Do you like learning history? I really like learning history. I think history is an important part of our life. It's connected to the way we live now, but also it's an incredibly interesting story. In my case, I love learning history through podcasts and also reading books. So yeah, I really enjoy learning history. So did you hear that? You heard introduction, explain, I did give an example, and then a little conclusion. Let's do another. Have you ever been to a museum? I've been to several museums in my life. I think the reason I go to so many is because I really enjoy them. I enjoy seeing artifacts from history. I enjoy hearing the stories, reading the stories in these museums and seeing how people lived. So yes, I've been to several museums. Okay, that time I didn't give an example. I could have talked about a specific museum that I've been to, but I decided not to because I felt like that was enough. So straight on to part 2. Now in part 2, remember, 2 minutes, it's on the clock now, but I'm going to start with an introduction. I'd like to talk about blank. I move to the past, in the past, or when I was young. Then I talk about the present. Let me tell you a little more about blank. Then I talk about my personal opinion, for me personally. And then finally, future. In the future, I hope to blank. Okay, so let's give it a go. 2 minutes on the clock, and today's question is, describe a historical period you are interested in. 2 minutes on the clock, let's start now. I'd like to tell you about World War II. In the past, I used to watch so many documentaries about World War II, and in school, we learnt a lot about it. It's a really, really significant part of our history in England. So we cover it a lot, so many different stories from World War II, and also the timeline. That's very important when looking at World War II. We actually visit memorial statues. So we go to these places where big events have happened in France, in Germany. So yeah, it's a really important part of any English person, but for me, I'm really interested in it as well. So let me tell you a little more about World War II. This happened in 1939. It started in 1939 and continued to 1945. There were some really prominent leaders in World War II. Of course, Hitler, who was awful, but played a very big role in World War II. Winston Churchill, who was the English leader, he was the Prime Minister of England. So there were these important characters, and there was a very interesting timeline of the war, where at times Germany were winning, and then you've got the introduction of Russia and later America. So it's an incredible story. For me personally, I find the flow of the war particularly the most interesting thing, and also the little stories of heroism. Okay, there you go. So as you heard, I got to my opinion. It's quite a hard one, actually. The only good thing was I am interested in World War II, so that's true. Of course, for you at home, if you're preparing for IELTS, do choose what you're interested in. Choose the period you're interested in. And yeah, I got to the opinion, but I didn't use the future. But that's great. If you can go to the 2 minutes and you don't finish, that's absolutely fine. Okay, part 3. So now what you should be listening for is direct answer again, explain, an example. This time I will use an example almost certainly because we need to lengthen it should be between 30 seconds and a minute per answer. So let's give it a go. Part 3. Do you think the internet is a good place to learn about history? I think the internet is a very good place to learn about history. There are so many places to learn about history. So YouTube is the first that comes to my mind. You can also read blogs. There's so many news articles or websites dedicated to historical periods. So my example would be YouTube particularly. On YouTube there is a series I remember which week by week goes through the First World War. So what an incredible resource that someone has gone through week by week. Each video covers a week in the First World War, and it's fascinating. So yeah, that's a great example showing that the internet's a good place to learn about history. What do you think we can learn by studying events of the past? I think we can learn just how to make less mistakes, really. When you look at the way that countries interact with each other, the decisions that leaders make, so many mistakes are made. And I think by looking at history, we can make more informed decisions. In my case, I would do the same. So if I look back into my history, I can see many, many mistakes I've made. And by analyzing them or even just being aware of them, I can make more informed decisions now and of course, learn from your mistakes. That's the common phrase, right? So yes, I think we can learn a lot by studying events of the past. Okay, hopefully you can hear my structure. In that case, I could have given an example about some historical event, but I decided not to because it's hard. I just talked about myself. Finally, how have historical figures impacted modern times? Well, historical figures have had a huge impact on modern times through various ways, to be honest. But the way that comes to my mind is through technology. So take Steve Jobs, for example, who invented the iPhone. It was such a revolutionary piece of equipment because it totally changed the way we use phones. Not only that, how we use MP3 players, cameras, all these different things, and it put them all into one item. And his idea for the iPhone totally changed the way we use phones now, and just generally his approach to technology totally changed the face of technology right now. So he has had an impact on modern times. So home, it's an easy one, right? We can all talk about our home, but what kind of home do you live in? I'm going to give you, I think, 9 or 10 types of homes now. Give you a little bit of introduction so that you can tell me below in the comments, if you're on YouTube, which type of home you live in. So the first type of home is an apartment. Of course, in England we call it a flat, and this is what I live in now. I live in a flat in Seoul. Next is a bungalow, and this is quite common in England. A bungalow is a one-story house, so it doesn't have 2 floors. It only has the 1 floor. And this is what my parents live in England, a bungalow. Next is an equally typical home in England, and that's a detached house. A detached house, firstly, of course, a house is the kind of stereotypical house. 2 floors, the door, the 4 windows, that kind of thing. But a detached house is one that has no connection to another house. It stands alone. However, if you are connected to another house, then it's a semi-detached. If you're connected to houses on both sides, you live in a terraced house. Of course, terraced houses, the issue you face is noisy neighbors, right? It depends on the quality of your walls, but that's normally the problem. The next one is a cottage. A cottage is really common in the English countryside. This one is older, it's historical, it's normally made of stone, and the roof is thatched, meaning it's made of dried grass or some kind of dried grass. That's of course beautiful. Some way it's lovely to stay in, but can have issues with damp and cold. Next is a farmhouse, so similar idea, but this of course it's in a farm. But what I really want to talk about is a mansion. A mansion is a huge house. Do any of you live in a mansion? If you do, you're very lucky, and I would love to live in a mansion. This is, of course, a huge house with many, many rooms, and of course, you'd have to be rich to live in a mansion. Finally, on the other end of the scale is a mobile home. A mobile home is kind of a rectangular home. It's transported to normally a large field with many mobile homes, but they remain there permanently. And yeah, they tend to be less expensive, used as accommodation or used for travel accommodation. You know, you can just rent it out for small periods of time. So I think that covers most types of accommodation. Let me know in the comments below where you live. I'd love to know. Or if I've forgotten something, maybe you live in something totally different to the list I mentioned. Anyway, let's do some IELTS. Question 1. What kind of accommodation do you live in? I live in a flat. It's the building itself is 9 stories. I live on the 8th, and my flat is not very big. I think it's a typical size in Korea, and I'm very happy living there. Next question. Is there anything about your house you would like to change? Yeah, for sure. I would love to have a bigger kitchen. I love cooking, and the kitchen is definitely my favorite room in the house. So I'd really like it to be huge, actually, so I can store all of my kitchen equipment and enjoy cooking more. Okay, well, I think we'll just go straight on to part 2. 2 minutes on the clock. Oh, this looks fun. Okay, describe the ideal home that you would like to live in. Oh, I'm going to have fun with this. I definitely have an ideal home. Okay, 2 minutes on the clock. Time starts now. I'd like to tell you about my ideal home, which would be a large country house set in the countryside. When I was young, I used to live in a town with my parents, of course, and we lived in a very typical townhouse with a small garden. It was a lovely place, but later my parents moved to the countryside to a much bigger place, particularly with a bigger garden. And although they don't live there now, it was such a good memory. It was such a nice place where I had so many memories. And it made me realize how much I like that style of house. So let me tell you a little more about my ideal home. My ideal home would be in the countryside, not too isolated, but it would be near a community. It would be very spacious with a huge garden, because I would like to do gardening. I'd like to grow vegetables and fruit for my cooking. That, of course, connects to my kitchen, which should be a huge kitchen. Plenty of room for doing anything I want to do in there. And then the overall look of the interior of the house, I guess, would be rustic, because it's in the countryside. I don't particularly like minimalistic style. I do like quite a few items of furniture and things like that. And then a little bit of modern as well. A nice big bedroom, of course, with a huge king-size bed. For me personally, the most important thing is the kitchen and garden. I think these two connect to each other and allow me to do the type of cooking that I want to do. In the future, of course, I really hope to live in my ideal home. I don't know if it's possible. There you go. Okay, so very easy for me to talk about. It's something I do think about. I don't know about you. Do you think about your ideal home? I like to dream, of course. So let's do some part threes. Firstly, what options are available to young couples looking for accommodation in your country? That's a really tough question nowadays because we are having difficulty in Seoul particularly, but also in Korea with providing accommodation for young couples. The reason is the price of accommodation has gone up so much. It's really hard for young couples to get on the property ladder at all, whether it's a small studio flat or anything else, to be honest. It's becoming increasingly hard. So for young couples nowadays, I think they normally rent in a place called a villa. But, you know, from an English perspective, a villa is like a small flat. So they rent on a monthly rent, and that's how they are able to start their young life. Next question. Would you prefer to live in a flat or a house? I would definitely prefer to live in a house. A lot of people debate that in Korea, and a lot of people choose the flat because it's more secure and convenient. That's what I hear. But for me, I prefer a house because I like the privacy. I like somewhere more spacious, and I think houses do provide a more spacious environment. And I like the garden, which of course you can't really have with an apartment or a flat. With a house, you get normally a decent sized front and rear garden, most importantly the rear garden, and that should also be quite private. So yeah, definitely I would choose a house. Finally, in your country, what are the differences between rural and urban houses? Well, I'll talk about England. Urban houses tend to be in terraces, and they tend to be, of course, more cramped. Because they are in terraces, they're connected to other houses, so there are neighbor issues. Of course, there are larger townhouses, which can be wonderful. You know, like you can see something like Sherlock Holmes to get an idea of these townhouses we have. Whereas in the countryside, you can find much larger properties with more of a rustic style. Using more wood, and of course a bigger garden. That's the one of the key differences, is having more space in the garden. Question 1. What is your job? I am an English teacher. I teach English to students who are learning it as a second language, specifically to adults. A lot of people in the industry do teach children. I do not teach children because I find it a little too challenging. I teach adults because I'm passionate about it and I find it uniquely rewarding. A really wonderful job. Next, what responsibilities do you have at work? I have many responsibilities. Of course, you start with, I teach English, but in order to teach English, I have to prepare the lessons. I write my own materials, which can be a little monotonous. I don't particularly like the material writing side of things. I shoot YouTube videos and I have a podcast. I love that side of things. But most of all, of course, I do love being with students, helping them, getting feedback, and hearing that I made a difference. That's very rewarding. Okay, well, let's go on to a part 2. So 2 minutes are on the clock, and today's question is, describe a difficult task that you succeeded in doing as part of your work or studies. Well, that's a mouthful, but something does come to my mind, a difficult task. So let's go for it. 2 minutes on the clock, starting now. I'd like to tell you about my job as an orange picker. A long time ago, I went to Australia. It was back in 2009. And I did a lot of different jobs there. But particularly one that stands out to me was being an orange picker or orange harvester down in the south of Australia. And of course, you know what my job was already. It was to pick oranges. It was an incredibly hard job, but it taught me a lot really in my life. So let me tell you a little more about this job. It was not rewarding at all. It was incredibly tedious. My job was to get on a ladder, pick oranges as quickly as I can, and fill a container. I was paid per container. So of course, the more containers I filled, the more money I made. But I could only fill 2 containers a day, and it paid, I remember it was $23 per container. So it was a disappointing amount of money. It was a really labor-intensive job because it required, there was almost a person per tree, and each tree took a long time. So it was a really tough job, and there were a lot of spiders, which was horrible, snakes. I saw scorpions. There were some really challenging aspects of that job. In my opinion, I would say it was the hardest job of my life. Mostly because of those insects, also the weather, it was very hot. And in the future, I really hope I don't have to do anything like that again. It was a very valuable job. Okay, time's up. So I'm really trying to get those words in there. I hope that you're hearing them, but I think most of them I can get into part 3. So let's do it. Part 3. Do you think job satisfaction is more important than salary when choosing a job? It's a really difficult question, but I would say yes, job satisfaction is more important because it allows us to continue doing that job for a longer period and just generally be happier in our life. Getting on a career ladder is very challenging, and getting on a path that you're happy with, I think, so important to not only your satisfaction and happiness within the job, but outside of the job as well. At home with the family, of course, yeah, great if you're making money, but if you're going home stressed, depressed every time from work, that's no good at all. So yes, I would say the job satisfaction is more important than salary. Is it necessary to work hard in order to achieve career success? Yeah, I think so. I think working hard, I always like the expression, the harder I work, the luckier I get. This is something I live by, which means that the harder you work, the more opportunities come to you and the more luck you get. So I think that's really important. Whether you are on an internship and not being paid, or whether you are high up the career ladder and you're making a lot of money, I think it's really important to work hard. So yes, I would say it's necessary. Okay, I think I'm missing still quite a few words, and I'm going to have to get them into this last answer. So good luck to me. What changes in employment have there been in recent years in your country? Okay. There have been many changes to both the public sector and the private sector. I would say the big changes, of course, are technology focused. Technology is allowing people to do more and therefore spend less time at work, or spend less time on work, whether it's in the work's location or at home. So, I think maybe people are entitled to more free time. They're entitled to different benefits than they were to than they were before. So things are really changing. I think the changes are for the best. Things are going in the right direction. I think people are getting more benefits at work and better retirement packages, things like that. And this is mostly down to the changes in technology and how that's impacting work. What do you do in your spare time? In my free time, I do a number of activities. I like reading. I like exercising, particularly running and walking. I try to do a variety of things, and most of the things I do are related to sort of learning or upgrading myself because I find that really enjoyable. How do you usually spend your weekends? I work on Saturdays, so unfortunately I have no choice there. I just have to work. And then on Sundays, I like to spend time ideally at home or around my area with my family. I love going to the park with my daughter and seeing her explore things. And for me, again, reading a book, watching Netflix, that kind of thing. Well, this is a lovely start. Very easy. Let's do our part 2 for today. Our part 2 is describe a leisure activity you do with your family. Okay, so as usual, not prepared. I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock and use my structure to tackle this question. So 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about hiking. When I was young, I started hiking probably very young, maybe about 6 or 7 years old. And I really enjoyed it. I used to do hiking with my father. We would go to the Lake District, the Peak District. These are famous national parks in England. And we would go for quite long distance hikes, hostel to hostel, no camping. I think that would be more challenging. And we had a great time and a lot of memories from that. So let me tell you a little more about hiking. For me, hiking normally is done within one day, though I have a lot of experience doing multi-day trips. An example of that is something called the Coast to Coast, which I did when I was 11 years old, I think. The Coast to Coast is a walk from the west coast of England to the east coast of England, and it takes 2 weeks. And yeah, there's no break, there's no car, you just have to walk place to place. Nowadays, I live in Korea, so I don't do the same kind of hiking as I did before. And I don't do it with my family so much because my daughter is too young. But I'd really like to get her into hiking, and I am planning to buy a bag so that I can carry her while hiking. For me personally, hiking is a way to relieve stress. It's a way to get exercise. And perhaps most importantly, just be amongst nature, trees, mountains. I really do love spending time in those kinds of areas. In the future, I hope to do, as I said, hiking with my daughter. I really hope it's her future hobby. Okay, 2 minutes. I think that went quite well. I was happy with my answer. I was very clear. And with that, I think we'll just move on. We'll go to part 3. So here's where we go to more sort of society level answers rather than personal. First one. Why is it important for people to have time for leisure activities? I think certainly people around me have a very hectic lifestyle at work and can be quite sedentary at home. This means I think when it comes to being sedentary, it is important to have leisure activities in order to get you out and get you doing something. Now, of course, it's fine to have a sedentary lifestyle and to read books, but I think by having different leisure activities, particularly active ones, it gets you out of the house and it gets you doing things. Do men and women enjoy the same type of leisure activities? I think they do. I think they really, I don't see many barriers between certain leisure activities. There are leisure activities that seem to be preferred by certain genders. For example, I do know women who do candle making as a leisure activity, but I don't know any men. But that could be just amongst the people I know. So I don't think there's many barriers, and I think certainly physically women can do whatever men can do. I have female friends who do boxing, for example. I think the important thing is, as I said, people have a hectic lifestyle. They need a way to wind down, maybe after work or from whatever their activity is. And so I think there's no barriers. Okay, we're going to go to our last one, which is a part 3 again. And I am going to try and put some of these words in, some of the words from today's list of 10. So let's see. If you had a child, what leisure activities would you do together? Now, before I answer this, okay, so this is not the answer, but please notice something called a trigger word in the question. In this case, the trigger word, it's would. As soon as you hear would, you're going to be talking about a hypothetical. This is not reality, this is imagined. So please listen to how I answer this because they are asking me a hypothetical. If I had a child, I would do a number of leisure activities together. By the way, I do have a child, but let's just, in this hypothetical, let's talk about them as an older child rather than a toddler, as my daughter is. Okay, so I would definitely do hiking. I think that hiking is a very fulfilling activity, particularly mountain climbing. The fulfilling part comes from getting to the top of the mountain, particularly. I don't want my daughter to feel cooped up at home, so I really want to make sure we have leisure activities outside. I think it's really important to get outside, get active, and be amongst nature. That's important for me. I won't insist that on my daughter, but that's important for me. So if I had an older child who could be more active, I would try to get outside and do hiking together. Great, let's get into some questions. Today's first question is a part 1. How important is money to you? Money is very important to me because it allows me to do the things I want to do and provide the lifestyle that I want to provide to my daughter and family. I'm quite a frugal person, not stingy. Stingy is a bit too negative. I'm quite frugal, so because my goal is to save money and have the lifestyle I want in the future. Are you more of a spender or a saver? Well, as I said, I'm frugal, so I'm definitely more of a saver. I do like to treat myself sometimes to things like technology. I love phones, laptops, cameras, that kind of stuff. So sometimes I treat myself, but generally I'm a saver and I like to put my money in the bank. Good, I'm warmed up, I'm feeling comfortable. So we're going to do a part 2 question. I've put 2 minutes on the clock. Today's question is, describe something you want to buy but can't afford. Okay, well, I'm going to adjust this. I want to buy my dream house, but I've talked about my dream house, so I'm going to change it today. So 2 minutes are on the clock, starting now. I'd like to tell you about a camper van. In the past, I did a lot of hiking. I've talked about this story a lot, but I did a lot of hiking, and particularly I did a lot of caravanning. My family had a caravan. It was a caravan that you tow on the back of a car, and we would go to campsites and stay there. It was less luxurious, it's nothing like staying in a hotel, But it was wonderful. It was a fantastic experience and great to experience a more simpler lifestyle. So let me tell you more about the camper van I would like to buy. It's something I definitely can't afford. It costs a lot of money. I mean, tens of thousands of dollars. But a camper van, there are so many different types nowadays. I would like something that's more of an SUV type car that has been converted into something that you can sleep in and even has kind of cooking equipment in it, almost built into the car. I've seen it on YouTube, and basically you have the freedom to go anywhere you want, and you can comfortably sleep at any location. Of course, there are rules and regulations set by the government. You can't just park on the side of the road. But this kind of camper van would allow me and my family to really get into the mountains, have barbecues, sleep. It kind of excites me to think about sleeping in quite rough conditions like rain or snow. Perhaps the reality would not be as enjoyable. Anyway, for me personally, camping is... wow, I didn't get very far in my structure. I was just about to give my opinion about camping, and then I would talk about the future. Okay, let's do some part 3 questions and see if we can get some of this vocabulary in. How much money is enough? Well, that's a difficult question because it very much depends on the person. In my case, enough money is the amount of money required for me to be financially independent, meaning I don't have to work, but I can choose to work on the things I enjoy. This would allow me to do the things I want to do, to have the hobbies that I want to engage in. I don't need to be well off. That's not something that's important to me. But yeah, for me, enough money it allows me not to work. Okay, well, we're doing well. We're getting through some of this vocabulary. Let's do another part 3. Do you think parents should give pocket money to kids? I think yes, parents should give pocket money to kids. Obviously, it depends on the financial situation. Are the parents able to give pocket money to their kids? That's the important thing firstly. But if they are able to, I think it's good to set up a system where the kid can gather the money and learn how to manage money. Learn how to save, and if they have a target in mind, some kind of toy, they can set aside money, collect it together and learn how to save for something. I think that's a really important skill. In my case, when I was young, my parents did give me pocket money. It wasn't much compared to some people, but it was enough that it allowed me to learn how to save and buy the things I wanted to buy. So very valuable lesson, I think. Final question today. What problems does money cause in your society? Well, that's a very good question, and I will talk about Korea because because I'm an adult now and I see issues caused by money. Most importantly, I see issues with competition. People seem to buy things to show off. They are buying things in order to look richer, wealthier, to look more, higher in society. So they buy things like handbags, watches, expensive cars, sports cars, which for some people, it's fine. They have the money. But when it comes to problems, it's people who are buying things outside of their financial ability, outside of the amount of money they have. So the competition causes people to make extravagant purchases. Totally unnecessary. I see it around me among my friends, and I really try to avoid it. Do some part 1s to start. What types of music do you like to listen to? I like to listen to all types of music, really all types of music. I sometimes listen to rock music, rap, electronic dance music. I do like dance music a lot. There's some musical genres in England which are quite unique to England, such as garage and indie rock. These genres, I think they originated or they are unique to England, and I love those as well. Next question. Have you ever been in a music group or band? Yes, I have been in a rock band. It was a long time ago now, a really long time ago. It was when I was about perhaps 16 or 17, maybe around that kind of age. And I joined a group of friends. I was the drummer. We had a bass guitar, a lead guitar, a singer. It was a lot of fun. We would go to my friend's house. He had a huge house, and play, jam, practice. It was a really nice experience. And let's go on to a part 2. So today's part 2 is describe a band you enjoy listening to. Okay, so we'll put 2 minutes on the clock and start now. I'd like to tell you about Coldplay. When I was young, there was a song came out called Yellow. I don't remember how old I was. I would guess around 15. And this song came out called Yellow. I might have been older. It was not revolutionary, but it was a really lovely song. It swept around the UK, and then I believe it was a big hit around the world. And it was just a really nice song. It was a kind of mellow. It was slow. It was by a rock band. I think you could describe Coldplay as a rock band, and it did so well. And that was the start of their career. That was the one that made them famous. So let me tell you a little more about Coldplay. Coldplay are, I suppose you would call them, a rock band. And the lead singer is a really good singer. It's quite rare to have such a good singer as the frontman. The thing I really like about them is they've actually been around for certainly 15, maybe even 20 years now, and they are constantly upgrading and evolving, adding new technology to the way that they construct music. You know, they're doing collaborations with other famous artists. So they're a really interesting band who are constantly changing and redefining what you think a rock band is. For me personally, I like their music right from the start up until the present day. The earlier work was more traditional with guitars, and it was kind of more mellow. And some of my favorite songs come from the earlier days. Okay. Do you know Coldplay? I think everyone knows Coldplay, right? Here in South Korea, they have come here and performed, and they were very, very popular. Really, they did a great performance here. And I think all over the world, you probably know them. If you don't, I recommend, search on YouTube, see how they are. They're a really good band. Good, okay, let's move on to some part 3s. Do you think music is getting better as time goes on? I certainly don't think that. I'm not someone who hates modern music. I do like some modern music. I think it's very catchy. Thinking about people like BTS, they make very catchy melodies and they do incredibly well around the world. But I would say that it's definitely not getting better, and for me, some of the best music comes from the 90s and 2000s. But hey, I'm sounding like an old man now. I like the older music that I grew up with. I guess everyone will be like that, right? So, no, I don't think music is getting better. Oh, God, I feel so old now. Let's do another question. Is it better to go to a live concert or to listen to a CD? That really depends on the person. I'm not a huge fan of going to a live concert because it's very loud. It can be quite rough. You got a queue to get in. The experience is incredible. So the high you feel from going to a live concert is more extreme than if you were to listen to a CD. You feel an incredible euphoria as you're listening to live music. But does that make it better? Maybe not, because CDs are so convenient. We can listen to it while we drive, while we're in the street, anywhere. Of course, nowadays, CD is a bit outdated. We all use MP3s now. So no, I would say it depends on the person. Okay, I don't know why it says CD. I think today's topic is trying to make me look more old. Talking about CDs, we haven't had CDs for decades. Anyway, one more. Do you think that music should be a compulsory subject in schools? Yes, I think it should be a compulsory subject. I don't think it should take much time. I think it should just at least exist to give students an opportunity to experience music and then decide to take it more seriously or not. I think that having music class gives students a chance to experience instruments, to improvise music with the instruments, to sing along to music together. So it's more about just providing an initial experience that they may want to take more seriously later. And I think that's important. First question. Which part of your country do you like to live in? I haven't lived in my country for a long time, but if I had the choice, I would live in the Lake District. The Lake District is a wonderful national park in the northwest of England with lots of little villages, big mountains, rivers. It's a beautiful, beautiful place and definitely where I'd want to live. Good, okay. For the regular listeners, you will hear me talk a lot about the Lake District. I really do love it. And if you just search in Google Lake District, you'll see what I'm talking about. Next question. What makes you feel proud of your country? Well, I'm somewhat proud of my country. I wouldn't say I'm patriotic, but I do love some of the culture in England. I'm quite proud of the long history and the wonderful parts of culture, such as the architecture, the food, believe it or not, I think is fantastic. So we have a lot of things that I'm quite proud to talk about, and I like to tell my students, tell my friends and say, oh, you should try this in England. So yeah, that's what makes me proud. Good, okay. I'm doing very badly, by the way. I've only used, I think, one word. Oh dear. Let's go to a part 2. And today's question is, describe a foreign culture that you are interested in. Okay, well, 2 minutes on the clock, starting now. I'd like to tell you about South Korean culture. About 12 years ago now, I came to Korea for the first time, and my first experience was culture shock, definitely. South Korea is so different to England. It was shockingly different, and it took me about 3 months to really adapt and to feel comfortable living here. I don't know, I think the norms are so different. That's the big thing, like people are so rushed here compared to England. So at first, that can be quite difficult to overcome. But once I did, and once I felt comfortable, I really fell in love with the country and its culture. So let me tell you a little more about South Korean culture. Food is so important. The food in Korea is so diverse. There's so many different types. of ingredients and ways of cooking, methods and things like that is quite interesting to experience. Things like fermented food is very unusual to a British person. I think the quintessential Korean food or Korean dish would be the barbecue, where you have the pork with all of the side dishes. So to people who haven't experienced Korea, I would recommend the Korean barbecue. I know that is famous globally. Apart from that, I like the buildings, the design, the colors. It's quite unique, the culture, Korean culture, compared to others in this area of the world. For me personally, it's become something I've become very interested in, and somewhere where I consider home, which is quite unusual. And in the future, okay, right. I have to say, towards the end there, I was struggling. I think because I'm trying very hard to include today's vocabulary, but opinion, couldn't really develop on what I had said. So if the time had continued, I would have moved quickly to future and talked about coming back here in the future. Good, I hope you enjoyed that. Let's do some part 3s. Do you think it's important to know about other cultures? Yeah, it's very important to know about other cultures and to, as much as possible, experience other cultures. I think that's really important for people. I think if you don't do that, you're going to have a lot of stereotypes of other people and the way they live their life. And that's not fair, because very often our stereotypes are wrong. In my case, I definitely had an image of Indians, for example. I don't know where I had my kind of stereotype of Indians, but I suppose I formed it through the media. But when I was in Australia, I met a lot of Indian people, and they were wonderful and very kind and very gentle. So that really changed my image of Indian people and of Indian culture, and I'm very curious about it now. What do you think is the best way to learn about another culture? I think nowadays, through globalization, you can just go out your front door and experience a lot. Especially if you live in a large city. Things like, American food, maybe British food, certainly things like Indian and Chinese food are ubiquitous in a lot of cities. I know that to be true in London. So some people may say you need to travel, but I think nowadays you can experience quite a lot of culture from your own home or your own home country. So just get out there and be open-minded. Right, how am I doing, by the way? I'm looking at the list now. I feel like I've done the majority already, but I can see 2 I believe I haven't done. I never know until I edit the video, so if I fail, then I am sorry. Last question. What negative effects might come from a country losing its traditional cultures? I think that the main effect will be you will lose wonderful aspects of your culture, like festivals and food and clothing. A lot of these things are handed down from generation to generation. So it's really important that we continue doing that. The younger demographic in Korea, for example, are starting to, not enjoy the festivals so much. They're not traveling to their homeland, their hometown. And I think that's causing things like Thanksgiving to become a less important holiday, and therefore something that's losing the wonderful culture that's surrounding that holiday, which I think is a shame. Let's get straight into our IELTS questions and warm up with part 1. Question 1. Are you interested in the news? Yes, I'm interested in the news. I particularly like reading or listening about sport, economics, sometimes science, Economics really interests me nowadays because seemingly we are in a little trouble in every country in the world. So I'm very interested to keep up to date with all the news. Our next part one, what sort of news are you most interested in? Well, as I mentioned, I do like economics nowadays, but normally one of my favorite types of news is the sport. I'm a huge fan of football and golf and also combat sports as well. So I really enjoy keeping up to date with all of the news from recent events or transfers in football. I love that kind of thing. Good. Okay, so let's get into some part two. I'm putting 2 minutes on the clock, and today's question is, describe an interesting piece of news about which people were very excited. Okay. Well, I don't have time to warm up. I'm going to do the first thing that comes to my head. I'm not particularly knowledgeable about it, but let's see how we do. So, 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about the wedding between Prince William and his now wife, Kate. Around 10 years ago, I think, they married, and it was a huge deal because Prince William is quite a beloved prince in England. We follow his news very closely, and we happened to really like his fiancée at the time, Kate. She really presented herself well in media. The tabloids, even the broadsheets, really followed her closely before the wedding. And we really loved to keep up to date with their news and see what she's doing and all that kind of thing. And they married. They were they are a really nice couple, and they had this huge wedding. So let me tell you a little more about this wedding. It was so big, I believe at the time it broke the record for the most live streams of any event, including sports. People all around the world tuned in to watch their beautiful wedding. I watched bits of it, and it was quite interesting. But I particularly mention this because it made a lot of people happy. I think not only in my country, but also around the world. For me personally, I'm not a huge admirer, or I'm not particularly interested in the royal family. I support them, but I'm not particularly interested in their day-to-day life or events, so I didn't watch it. But in the future, you know, I think I will keep an eye on their relationship, William and Kate, and also see that I was going to mention the child as well, but that's my 2 minutes. That was a hard one for me, actually, because I didn't really know what to talk about. A piece of news where many people were excited. I suppose you would think about like something personal to you in your country, sporting events you could perhaps talk about, the World Cup. So yeah, tricky one that. Well, let's do some part threes. How do most people get their news in your country? Well, I live in Korea, so I'm going to talk about Korea, and the majority of people get their news from mobile phones, from the internet. It could be from social media. I know some people use social media such as Twitter to get their news. The problem with social media is there's a lot of sort of provocative clickbait, which is there to really attract you and to get you. It's not meaningful news. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I think a lot of people get their news mostly from the internet. How has social media changed the way we get and share the news? Social media has had a massive impact on how we get the news. Firstly, I think one of the biggest things we can see is that news can go viral. Now that's great. That means that people are sharing news and people are seeing it. That's fine. The problem is it becomes the number one goal of a media company to make their news go viral. And in order to do that, they use clickbait, which is, using sensationalized titles to catch people, or they lie. They don't tell absolute truths. They spread misinformation. So I think social media has caused this sort of viral nature of news, and therefore that's caused some problems. I'm making this quite complicated today, aren't I? I hope you're enjoying listening to the words from today's list and me trying to use them, but I would recommend you do review today's vocabulary and see what I'm talking about. Okay, one more. What kind of marketing practices do news companies use? Well, I've already talked about clickbait. I've already talked about sensationalized titles, news titles. So I won't say anything more about that. I think also sort of interactive media, and using different forms of media such as YouTube videos or little clips on Facebook or Twitter. These are things that all news companies are doing in order to really spread around the world, spread among new audiences, younger audiences. So, traditional media such as newspapers are becoming less common. Part 1, question 1. Do you like taking photographs? I'm not a huge fan of taking photographs. I do like taking them. I like taking photographs of my daughter particularly, and also landscape. The reason I haven't really got into photography is, I think, because I've never had a decent camera, and also I don't have a decent phone. So with both of those cases, it's made it difficult to take nice photos. Next question. Do you prefer to take pictures of people or of scenery? Both. I would say both. I love to take pictures of scenery, particularly mountains, water. I don't know why. I like water, lakes, rivers. But I also like to take pictures of my family, friends, although I am very bad at it. Good. Okay, let's do a part 2. Now, I'm seeing part 2 now, and I think I would like to mention something. The question is this. Describe a photograph you like. Now, I haven't prepared this, so I don't know what's going to happen, but my immediate reaction, and this should be your reaction as well, is that it's a really narrow topic. It's going to be really difficult to give a good long answer. Describe a photograph you like. There's only so much you can say. So the first thing you must think when you get a very simple question and you're thinking, oh, what can I say? You need to move towards an area you can talk about a lot. So for example, if the photograph is a mountain, move towards talking about hiking and climbing. If it's a photo of your best friend, talk about who your best friend is, their personality, their character. So we need to sort of change lanes into something we can say a lot about. So let's see how I do. So describe a photograph you like. 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about a photograph of my daughter. Last year, I had a daughter, so she's now about 1.5 years old. She's growing very quickly. It's been an amazing experience to raise her, and of course, being a parent, you take a lot of photographs of your children. It could be photographs, it could be videos. I know I like doing both. Now, the photograph I'm talking about is we went to a kids' cafe. Simply, a kids' cafe is where a child can play amongst toys and different climbing frames. And she's just enjoying herself in the kids' cafe. And I took a photo. She looks so cute, of course. And that's the photograph I like. So let me tell you a little more about this photo and the kids' cafe. The photo is of my daughter just playing amongst toys, and she's very near some other kids, and she's showing interest in the other kids. This was quite significant to me because she's so young and shy, and interacting with other children is challenging. It's a new thing to her. So in this photograph, I captured her interacting and looking and touching other children, which I just thought was absolutely wonderful. For me personally, of course, I love photographs of my daughter, and it's been a new world to me because I was never interested in photographs of other people's children. So in the future, I imagine I'm going to take a lot more photographs, and there's going to be plenty more interesting pictures. Okay, so did you see what I did there? The photograph itself was just her amongst some children. And if you think about that in itself, it's going to be very hard to fill 2 minutes. Make sure you move into other areas. In my case, I talked about my daughter's personality, growing up, the difficulties, how, taking photographs for me. Just make sure you move into other areas and plan well. Okay, let's do some part 3s. Is it easy to take good photographs? Absolutely not. There are so many elements that you need to consider. You need to consider the perspective of the photo. Sometimes you have to think about symmetry, how well balanced a photo is. These are things I don't know much about, but I know of it. And of course, you need to find the right scenery, a picturesque landscape, for example, or a very photogenic person, perhaps. So no, it's not easy to take a good photograph. Wow, 4 key words in that answer. I'm not going to tell you what they were, but there's some wonderful words that you can use. So please check out the free handout. Let's do another part 3. How has modern technology changed the way we take photographs? Modern technology has had a huge influence on the way we take photographs because phones now, we call them camera phones, and they have incredible cameras that rival very high-level DSLR cameras. They take such good pictures. So nowadays, no matter where we are, we can take good pictures. For me personally, this has been the case. I can go somewhere without taking a lot of equipment, but take quite nice photos with my camera phone. Okay, let's do one more part 3 and then wrap up. Do you think that people nowadays spend too much time taking photographs? Yes, I do. I think some people, not everyone, take way too many photographs, take far too much time taking photographs, and also they cause trouble in society by taking so many photographs. So maybe they are holding people up in a line, or maybe they're putting other people in danger. We are seeing more and more cases of that. We're seeing cases of people actually dying while trying to get into a particular shot or take a particular photo, which is horrible. So I remember recently I saw a video of some girls in London in an Italian restaurant, I think, and they kept going outside of the restaurant and taking photos through the window of their table, and they took so long that their meal must have been freezing cold by the time they actually ate. So yes, I think people take far too much time taking photographs. Part 1, question 1. Did you like the science subjects in school? I liked some of the subjects, particularly physics, but to be honest, it really depended on the professor or the teacher. If it was a bad teacher, I really didn't enjoy it. If it was a good teacher, I often had a good time. I remember some subjects I did enjoy, such as biology. We looked at the food chain or human anatomy. These were things I did enjoy. Physics, there was a lot of things related to sort of building and forces and things like that. And I do remember having some enjoyment in school. Okay, that was a little long, by the way. Do try to keep your part ones to 2 or 3 sentences. I think that was a bit long. Let's do another question. What do you find most interesting about science? I think the thing I find most interesting is just, learning new things, developing, solving problems. We're seeing nowadays with coronavirus, although there's a lot of bad news, there's also a lot of good news in the science community. We're learning a lot. A lot is being invested into scientific research and discoveries. So, I think I find certainly the announcements of new research and new results very interesting. I'm speaking a lot today. I think perhaps that's going to be with the science subject. There's going to be a lot to say. Let's see. Let's do a part 2. Now, part 2, this is the one I fear. So it's describe an area of science that interests you. Just a quick note, and I know I did this last podcast, but slightly different this time. This is a question that I'm looking at and thinking, oh no, what am I going to talk about? I don't know science. I'm not good with science. So keep it simple. Bring it into your area of interest. That's all we want to do. Keep it simple. Bring it into something you're happy to talk about. So that's what I'm going to do now. So 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about physics. When I was young, I suppose I was about 12 years old. I started attending physics class, and we had a teacher. I remember his name. His name was Mr. Huckstep. And it's totally true. He started teaching us, and he was so passionate. He was quite fiery. I mean, he got quite angry sometimes, but he was so passionate and so hands-on, showing us real scientific experiments, physics-based experiments, that it really gripped me. I suddenly enjoyed the subject. Almost every class we would go in, and he would dictate something about a scientific theory or phenomenon, and we would have to just listen and write down. Doesn't sound very interesting, and it wasn't, but then once we'd finished that, we would do our own experiments, or we'd look at some video, or normally do something very practical. So let me tell you a little more about this class. The one thing that happened that really stood out to me was we're talking about forces and bridges, and how bridges can withstand a lot of tension and weight. And in the class, we had to build our own bridge out of straws. And it was such an exciting, wonderful, practical experiment, and we had a bit of a competition with it. And it's always stayed in my mind, and it makes me want to do that with my daughter in the future, with my children in the future. For me personally, he changed my opinion of physics from a boring class to something that's very exciting and practical. Okay, did you see what I did there? Describe an area of science that interests you. Don't start talking about genealogy or something related to vaccines, something that, yes, it's very relevant now, but maybe you don't know much about. Talk about something you are very comfortable with. For me, it was just physics class back in high school. Really easy. Okay, part 3. How important is the knowledge of science in your everyday life? The knowledge of science is very important, I suppose. I mean, of course, science itself is very important in understanding what happens around us. But, I mean, to be honest, when I think back to what I learned throughout high school, I don't apply it every day. I don't walk to work thinking about chemical reactions or seeing the processes that we've learned in biology. So yes, it's very important in our everyday life for understanding things, but for the typical person, I think it's okay not to have that knowledge. Okay, I don't know if that made entire sense. My point is not that you shouldn't study science, but that, kind of like maths formula that you learn in school, if you don't go into that field, it's not going to have many applications. But of course, we must study it, and it opens a lot of opportunities. Okay, part 3. I've defended myself now. Let's go to the next question. Should science subjects be compulsory or voluntary at school? Absolutely compulsory. And the reason I think that is, when you're young, you don't know what you want to do in your life. It's very rare to know what you want to do. So if you give children the option to not do a subject, you're immediately eliminating something at an age where they're not really mature enough to make that decision. I think that kids, right up until, let's say 16, should be exposed to as many subjects as possible so that they can make that decision later on. And yeah, perhaps they will end up in the field of science, and perhaps they will make some remarkable discoveries later in their life. Okay, one more. Part 3. What influence can international cooperation in science bring about? Okay. I think that international cooperation is very important because every country, they do their own experiments, they fund their own programs, and it would be a waste if we weren't sharing that knowledge. I'm sure that does happen. I'm sure that there are countries in the world that guard their breakthroughs, they guard their interesting theories naturally, but it would be wonderful if we were absolutely transparent with knowledge, because the human race as a whole will develop and benefit from it. We are going to get straight into part 1, question 1. How do you feel about shopping? I'm not a huge fan of shopping. I sometimes go and food shopping, clothes shopping, whatever I need to do. I certainly don't go window shopping. I think that's for people who really like to do shopping in their free time. But when it comes to big purchases such as TVs, phones, cars, whatever it is, I do like to shop around and make sure I get the best deal and best product. Good. Okay, that's 2 already. What types of shops do you use regularly? When it comes to online shops, I use these kind of Amazon type shops a lot. These are online stores that have a lot of categories and products. I think we all use something like that. In our country, Korea, it's Coupang. For me personally, I love Coupang. And when it comes to brick and mortar stores, then I like to go to the supermarket. I actually enjoy going to the supermarket. I don't know why. I love looking at the food, I guess. And I do love buying food. So yeah, those 2. Okay, part 2 is describe your favorite shop. So I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock and my time starts now. I'd like to tell you about Costco. When I was young, I always liked going to the supermarket. I love looking at food. As I grew up, I enjoyed looking at wine, cheese. I just love having all the different products in one place. So, when I was young and I lived in England, I would go to Tesco. Tesco was my favorite store. It's huge. The prices are very good. They have a wonderful range of products. Yeah, it's somewhere I really like to spend time. Even as a teenager, I genuinely enjoyed it. So let me tell you a little more about Costco. Costco is, I suppose you would call it a supermarket. It carries products in bulk. You have to buy in bulk. So you do tend to get some interesting products at a knockdown price. I like going there to look at the butcher section, the bakery, the wine. I do like to see that. And it's a really fun place to go with decent quality food and very fresh products. For me personally, I go there once a month approximately. You do need to have a membership to be a part of Costco and to go there. And sometimes I go on kind of shopping sprees. I'll go there and really go around and buy lots of things and end up spending far too much money. I would say it's my favorite shop because of, you can buy very interesting products from other countries and in bulk and in good prices. So in the future, I'm sure I'll spend so much more time there. Okay, good. That wasn't bad. I tell you what my problem was. What I recommend my students when you do a part 2, and I'll talk about this later in more depth, but basically when you talk about the past, talk about something very personal to you. Really focus on your own experience, and that's what I did today, as you heard. But when you move to the description section, I really recommend you focus on being a bit more general and talk about the thing. So in the thing that you're focusing on. In this case, it was Costco. I think I should have spent more time talking about the layout, the size, the staff, the types of products in more depth. Instead of that, I moved away and I kind of came back to my own habits and experience, and it made it a little hard to reach the 2 minutes. If you make sure the past and description sections are as different as possible, it makes it easier to add more depth and more information and therefore reach 2 minutes. Now, I won't take your time in this podcast episode. If you want more information on this, please check out my YouTube. I have a very in-depth video on part 2, so go and check that out. But I felt I could have done better. Okay, part 3. Why do you think some people purchase things they do not need? I think one of the main causes of purchasing something you don't want is through impulse buys. We go somewhere, we stand in line or something like that, and we see something we like, and okay, I'll buy it suddenly, and that's called an impulse buy or impulse purchase. And that's a great way to buy something you don't actually want, and you go home and you experience buyer's remorse, meaning that you regret it. So I think impulse buys are a big reason. Also, another reason we buy things we don't want is addiction. Being a shopaholic, you end up buying things that you really didn't want. Okay, I don't know how I'm doing. How am I doing with these vocabulary expressions? I think I've covered quite a lot. You will know. It's hard for me to keep track now. Let's do another question. To what extent do you think advertising affects the way people shop? I think that advertising has a couple of different effects on the way we shop. Number one, it causes us to buy things we don't want. That's a problem. On the other hand, it can introduce top-notch products to us that perhaps we weren't aware of. It adds options to what we're considering. So that's a good thing. But as I mentioned in my previous answer, a big effect is these impulse buys, which are a problem for some people, me included. For me, last week, for example, I went to the store and I saw this chocolate on sale. It was next to the counter. I bought it. It was an impulse buy, and I regretted it later on. Good. Okay, just a quick note there. If you don't have enough content in your answer, add your own personal experience like I did. I often say, last week I did something. That's a good way to extend your answer. Final question today. I think we still have some vocabulary to include. How have shopping habits changed over recent years? I think one of the biggest ways that shopping habits have changed is transparency of price, because we can see everything on the internet now. In the past, I remember we could haggle in some shops, particularly at the market. But nowadays, because all the prices are pretty clear, you don't haggle so much because we know it's a good price or not. So haggling has decreased, I would say. Apart from that, we do a lot of online purchases. That's a really big effect of the internet and smartphones. And perhaps because of that, we are buying more than we used to, and perhaps buying more exorbitant products that we shouldn't do.
Okay, let's do some IELTS, and we're going to be talking about skills. Let's do our first part 1. The first question is, what are some practical skills you have? I have a few practical skills, particularly connected to my business, such as video editing. I can use Photoshop and various programs for my business. I can also cook at home. And yeah, I think I have quite a few medium level skills. So I would say that I am a jack of all trades. Okay, so just a quick note with that answer, jack of all trades. That means someone who is good at many things, but not a specialist, not amazingly good at something. So I always describe myself as a jack of all trades. I have a lot of average skills. Now, our next question is, do you like learning new skills? Yeah, I really like learning new skills, actually. Maybe too much, because I like to learn new skills and then maybe I don't learn it deeply or fully, and then I move on to the next skill. But yeah, I really like developing myself through YouTube or online courses. That's something I really enjoy doing. Okay, let's do our first part 2. So today's part 2 is describe a practical skill that you have. So as always, I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock. And yeah, let's give it a go. 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about video editing. About 3 or 4 years ago, I started shooting videos with my phone and uploading to YouTube. I guess it was about 3 years ago. And at the start, I had no skills and I didn't take any course or anything. And I quite enjoyed it at the start. But as time went by, I enjoyed it more and more, and I upgraded my equipment and, got microphones and editing software and all these things. And it became a really deep hobby and a deep interest for me. So, of course, naturally, it became a practical skill I can use in my business and perhaps use to help other businesses or other people in the future. So let me tell you a little more about video editing. Video editing is a very deep skill in that, on the one hand, it's easy to learn. You can cut video, movies, whatever, and stick them together and make something new. That's very easy to do. But as you learn, the skill is very deep. There's a high ceiling for the skill, and it's an ongoing process, learning how to develop and put different images on the screen and various things like that. For me personally, it has opened up a lot of opportunities for me. I've developed my YouTube channel. I have a few different YouTube channels. I've tried vlogs, various things like that. There's lots of different types of video editing. So yeah, for me, it's been a really important hobby for a few years now. In the future, I hope to continue developing this skill. I think there's still lots to learn, and I still haven't even taken a proper course. Okay, so that's today's one. So yeah, video editing is an easy one to talk about for me. I followed my typical structure, but I tell you what I'm not doing, and I think this is because of my new setup, is I'm not paying attention to the key vocabulary and expressions. So that's what I'm going to do in part 3, really make sure I hit some of those 10 vocabulary expressions. So let's see how we do. So the next question is, what skills are valued most in your country? I would say cooking is really valued in England. Among family, it's a really good skill to have, family and friends. So I'd say that's a good skill to have. Interpersonal skills are so important. Nowadays, there's a lot of skills we can have, like computer programming, video editing, these technical skills, but it's very important to have interpersonal skills on top of that in order to be able to sell yourself and interact with other people. That's really, really important. So yeah, I would say interpersonal skills are probably the most important ones nowadays. Next question is, compare the importance of practical skills and academic skills. Okay, well, I think practical skills are those that you are using regularly. Things that come to my mind are the things like cooking, repairing things, building things. Those kind of things come to my mind very quickly. Whereas academic skills related to things like knowledge building, learning that kind of stuff. In terms of comparing them, I think it just depends on the person. I find more interest in practical skills. I like honing those skills, developing them, and I want to eventually master some of them. You know, with cooking, for example, you get a very tangible result to what you're doing. Whereas academic skills, yeah, it's not really a field I have been so much involved with in terms of my interest. But yeah, I think it depends on the person. So that was not a very good answer. I didn't really know how to compare the two. But the lesson there is talk about what you know. You know, I have an interest in practical skills, so focus on that. If you don't know practical skills versus academic skills, focus on what you know. Okay, let's do our last question. Last question is, what kind of skills might be important in the future? I think we can all agree that anything related to technology is going to be useful and important in the future. I've said a lot during this exam, and I still think that video editing is important and going to be more and more important as we consume more media. I think anything related to computers, such as software development, is really, really important. I think software developers nowadays have an abundance of jobs available. And apart from that, I think there will be a real movement towards practical skills as we automate a lot of different things in our life and we automate a lot of jobs. I hope we have more time and we can enjoy different skills such as woodworking, cooking, those kind of things. So I hope those make a comeback. Let's get into our first part 1. What social problems are there in your country? So I think there are a few problems in Korea. I'm going to talk about Korea, and those include overpopulation. The population of Korea is actually really sort of badly dispersed. It's really concentrated in some areas, but other areas it's very sparse. So that's one issue. I would also say the gap between the rich and the poor has always been a big problem. And nowadays especially, and this is also a social problem, is the property prices have gone up so much, it's causing real problems for the younger generation and people who want to buy a house. You mentioned the gap between the rich and the poor. What can be done to alleviate this problem? I think if I knew that answer, I would be the president of South Korea. It's a really difficult problem to deal with, the gap between the rich and the poor. But I think the most important thing, of course, on one hand, you can tax the rich. Very controversial, but there can be a rich tax. If you have a lot of wealth, you must pay more tax. On the other hand, you can provide more opportunities for the poor, provide more jobs, more education, and bring them up in society. Very difficult issue, not one that I know how to deal with really. Okay, we'll go straight on to part two. Part two, so this is where it really gets into society. That society often comes out in part two and part three. So our part two today is describe an aspect of modern society that you dislike. Okay, so I'm just going to put 2 minutes on the clock and let's start. I'd like to tell you about the use of smartphones. When I was young, I remember smartphones were terrible. You know, we didn't have smartphones actually. We had these black and white, very small phones that were in no way part of our life. Yes, they were used for communication. You could text message. But of course, those things were really limited because you had to pay. Everything was paid and there was no entertainment. There was no cameras. So that was the sort of origin of handphones, mobile phones. But then about 10 or 12 years ago, smartphones came about. Smartphones revolutionized mobile phones by adding many different functions, including cameras, MP3 players, a screen to watch videos, so many different things. It's an entertainment center that we can carry with us wherever we go. And it's so much fun. It's mobile phones, smartphones have so many things to do. But I think that's where the problem lies. So let me tell you more about the problem of smartphones. What I notice as I go around the city is people are glued to their screen. They walk around, they cannot look up, and they're constantly watching videos or playing games. And this causes a number of problems, such as car accidents. Sometimes people walk into the road, or people are driving while watching their phone. That's one issue. Also, just general lack of appreciation for strangers, a lack of manners with strangers. And this is meaning that people are bumping into each other. Wow, 2 minutes flies. I had so much more to say. I didn't say my opinion. I didn't say the future. So probably a little bit poor time management from me, but that's certainly a topic that I can speak about very easily because it's something I really see around me. And that's a very important point. Don't pick some really hard social issue. I didn't talk about the gap between the rich and the poor because I don't really have a strong connection to that. So do be careful with what you choose. Great. Let's go on to some part threes. Number one is overpopulation an issue in your country? I live in Korea, and overpopulation is definitely an issue, but it depends where you live. we have a very the population of Korea is really centered around the capital city, Seoul. And so if you live in Seoul or around Seoul, you'll really experience overpopulation. Other areas, if you go into the countryside or smaller cities, you won't feel that at all. Quite the opposite, actually. In my case, I live in the east of Seoul, and just using the subway every day from there to my office, it's packed. There's so many people, and I wish it was more like those smaller cities. Good. Okay, that was a very clean answer with an example. Let's go on to another part 3 question. What can be done to combat overpopulation? I think thinking about Korea, the most important thing is to provide opportunities outside of the overpopulated area. Everyone wants to come to the capital city because that's where the opportunities are, that's where the culture is, the entertainment. So if you develop other areas, then people are more likely to move. I don't think you need so much entertainment in other cities or anything like that. Most importantly, there has to be jobs and there has to be education. In my family's case, if there were opportunities in other cities to work and to live our life, absolutely we would move. But there really isn't at this time. Okay, let's do our last part 3 question. And by the way, I'm enjoying this today. I quite like society as a topic. It's always something that interests me. So, how has society changed since you were young? Society has changed enormously since I was young in so many ways. But I think the biggest change has been probably technology and smartphones. When I was young, we just didn't really have that much exposure to technology. We didn't have smartphones, we didn't have these amazing TVs, cars were really basic. It makes me sound old now, but there's a big difference between then and now. Nowadays, there's so much technology all around us. We're constantly using smartphones. The cars have so many, screens in the cars, screens in the back of the cars so the kids can watch TV. We're constantly surrounded by technology, and that's making a huge difference on society. So let's do our first part 1 IELTS question. That is, what are your favorite sports? Nice, easy start. What are your favorite sports? I would say my favorite sports are football and boxing because they are the biggest sports in my life. For me, boxing is what I do in my free time as a hobby. I took it up this year. And football is something I watch and I'm involved with in terms of looking at the news and just being a spectator. Good. Clean start. Do you prefer individual or team sports? I don't know if I have a preference really, but when I think about myself, I've always been involved in individual sports. So perhaps that's my favorite. Golf was a huge part of my life, and I still love golf, by the way. And now, of course, boxing. And these are both individual sports, but for being a spectator and watching sports, team sports are a huge interest for me. Okay, part 2. So part 2 this time, and it's not a hard one, is describe a popular sport in your country. So I've prepared 2 minutes. Describe a popular sport in your country. Time starts now. I'd like to tell you about football. When I was young, I played a lot of football. It was a huge part of my life in terms of actually doing it. Every day after school, we would meet up in the park and have sometimes huge team games. It was a big part of the community and the neighborhood, and all of the neighbors' kids came and we played these big games. And then, in school, in our break time, we played. As soon as that bell rang, we'd run out and play football for the hour. So yeah, it's something you grow up with in England as a massive part of your life. And then, of course, that could transition into it being a job, so you actually become a footballer, or, as is the case with most people, when you get a job, you're doing these Sunday league games. So there's a lot of this kind of amateur competitions that are very easy to find. So it's a huge part of the society, actually. So let me tell you a little more about football. In England, football is throughout society very important, and you can start it at a very young age, and there's leagues all the way until you're a very old age. There's retired leagues, leagues for people over 60. Also, for being a spectator, for watching football, it's very important. Go to pubs and watch the game with the community, watch it at home. I think the majority of people in England watch 1 or 2 football games a week. So yeah, it's such a big part of daily life. For me personally, it was a huge part of my life, as I said, and I played it. Okay, stop there. Not a bad answer. I think I was repeating myself a little bit, which I don't like doing. By the way, if you have a problem with that, if you feel like you're just constantly repeating yourself, just try to make sure that when you talk about the past, make it about you. So football is my topic, but I'm talking about my experience with football, my story about football. Then when you transition to describing football, as I did, then make the topic football. What is football in England? How can we see football? What do people do with football? So you're changing the subject, which means that you're less likely to repeat yourself. If you're struggling with that, please go to my YouTube channel and check out the video where I teach you how to do an IELTS Part 2 answer. I do have a video on that. Good. Okay, let's do some Part 3s. Is it important for people to engage in sports? I think it's really important for people to engage in sports for a number of reasons. Number one is for health. I think that, yes, it's great to go to the gym and to do home workouts and things like that. But when you have a sport to focus on, that makes it much easier to maintain your health, maintain your weight. So I think sports very useful for that. Also, for mental health and community and socializing, I think sport is very important as well. It gets you into a new community of people who have something in common. So it's great for building a network. In my case, this year I restarted boxing, and I joined a new club I don't know anyone there. And already I am making new friends and finding these interesting people that I wouldn't have met. Good. Okay. I liked that answer because I gave quite a lot of detail, and I gave a quick example as well, a very specific example. I really like to include examples. Good. Okay. Next question. How can parents encourage their children to do more sports? Well, that's quite a tough question for me. It's not something I've really thought about, but of course, I suppose the parents being interested in sport themselves would be very useful. So in my case, I really am passionate about sport, particularly football, boxing, as I said, and golf. And I think that passion that I have, and the fact that I will continue doing sport, would hopefully rub off on my daughter, and she would naturally have a curiosity to play sport. I think if you have a very passive lifestyle and you don't engage in sports, perhaps that that would rub off on your child as well, and they'd be less likely to do sport. So yeah, I think perhaps that's the most important thing. Good. Okay. Well, I tell you what I'm not doing very well today, and that is including some vocabulary. So let's try to include some more in my final answer. Do you agree that sports stars earn too much money? Oh, that's a really debatable point. I'm going to say, on the whole, yes, I would say they earn too much, but there's really two sides to that. Firstly, they deserve to earn a lot of money because sport is generally strenuous. And in a lot of sports, the time frame that you can actually do the sport is short. A lot of people retire when they're 30 or 35. I'm 35, so I can't imagine retiring now. So it's very important that we recognize that. As I said, sports are strenuous. They require a lot of stamina. People can injure themselves. So I think we have to recognize that with a higher level of pay. However, when we're talking about someone like Ronaldo earning $1 million a week, perhaps that's a little beyond a lot of money. That's an enormous amount of money and too much for what he does. Perhaps. Very debatable. Our first question today is, do you enjoy using technology? Yes, I really enjoy using technology. I use it in, I think, all aspects of my life, whether it's work. I'm using my laptop, my phone, equipment for my podcast, or sport. I like to look at my phone to analyze whatever sport I'm doing, or at home with my entertainment. So technology is a huge part of my life. Okay, so let's do another one. What gadgets do you use on a daily basis? I have a number of gadgets I use on a daily basis. The ones that come to my mind immediately are my phone, my laptop, my ebook reader, my camera. But the one that's really sticking out for me this year is my ebook reader, which is quite a new piece of technology that I use on a day-to-day basis. Good. Okay, I'm warmed up. Let's do a part 2. And this looks pretty comfortable. Describe an important gadget in your life. So I'm just going to talk about the thing that comes to my mind first, and I think I can talk for a long time. So 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about my phone. Just last year, I got a new phone. I've always had kind of okay phones, but last year I decided to upgrade to kind of a top-of-the-range Apple phone, it was the new iPhone 13, and it has all the new technology, the good camera, etc. And I was very excited because I like photography and videography. So I was excited to have this that I can carry around with me day to day. And it didn't disappoint. I was really impressed. I still am really impressed by how good the camera is, how quick the phone is, how easy it is to use. You know, it's quite an intuitive design, so it's quite easy to learn how to use it. Contrary to what I was told, a lot of people said Apple phones are difficult. So let me tell you a little more about my phone. The important thing for me was the camera because, as I said, I do like videography, particularly. I want to take good videos of my daughter, and I want to take photographs of the changing seasons, this kind of thing. So that was really important for me when I made this decision to buy the phone. In my opinion, it's definitely the best phone I've ever had. I've had several phones and I've liked some of them. I've always used Samsung, but this is definitely the best phone I've ever had. And I assume in the future I will stick with Apple, but we'll see. I'm not going to be very stuck to one brand. In the future, I will continue using this for a long time. I do like to use my phones for as long as possible. I don't want to just keep switching every year or two. So I will... Okay, there you go. Now, I think that was okay. I did try to use a few words in my list. I was actually a little put off by some drilling sound in the background. I don't know if you can hear that on the podcast. We will see. But someone is doing some building work in this building. So I was a little bit put off by that. But no excuses. I was quite happy with that answer. Let's do some part 3. What kind of technological developments have made the biggest impact on our lives? I think the biggest technological development that comes to my mind is the phone, the smartphone, because it was a real game changer. The reason I say it's a game changer is because of the smartphone, a lot of other technology became obsolete. For example, the MP3 player, the digital camera. There's several things that we used to need. The other one is satellite navigation in our cars. We used to need these, but nowadays the smartphone have made them obsolete, meaning we don't need them anymore. So I would say that the smartphone is the best example of technology that's changed our lives. Good, okay, pretty good answer. I think I would like to have an example in there, like personal to me. So, if you're thinking about lengthening your answer in part 3, really try to think about, are you giving your examples? That can be very powerful. I'll try to do that in the next one. So the next question is, do you think people rely too much on modern technology? Yes, I think so. I'm not sure it's such a big deal, but yes, I think people rely a lot on modern technology. For example, people rely on modern technology for writing, autocorrect feature. So I think a lot of people's writing skill is going down. There's not so many naturally good writers or people that have practiced writing a lot. Another one that comes to my mind is our reliance on maps has made people very bad with direction and reading maps. And when I say reliance on maps, I'm of course talking about our Google Maps on our phone. So perhaps people's sense of direction, finding our way, that's getting worse nowadays. Good, let's do one more. How effective is the use of computers in the classroom? I think computers can be a good thing. But I'm not convinced how useful they are yet, because, and let's talk about technology as a whole. I find that phones are a distraction. I find that iPads are useful in the classroom, but you've got to use them well. You've got to have a very specific reason for using them in the classroom. The thing that I would be interested to look into as a teacher would be using more computer systems in my academy to keep student profiles and to show their progress and graphs and these kind of things that for me are very interesting, kind of performance analysis. Now, I'm going very deep there, but for me as a teacher, that would be very interesting. The first question is, what's the most popular means of transportation in your hometown? Well, I live in Seoul, and I don't know what the most popular form of transportation is, but I see a lot of people take buses, and a lot of people take the subway. And because taxis are cheap and convenient, I think a lot of people do take taxis, which is quite different to England, where I come from. But for me, mostly I take the subway. Good, okay. One more question for part 1. Is driving to work popular in your country? I think using the car to commute is pretty common. A lot of people don't actually like public transportation, even though it's so wonderful here.
They like the privacy of their car, and they like to listen to music in there. So yeah, I think it's quite common to drive to work. Right, well, very short and simple. I think that's more than enough for part one. Don't worry about saying so much for part one, because there'll be so many follow-up questions in part one. You will end up answering 7 or 8 questions in total. So don't worry about going too long. We leave the long answers for part 3 particularly. But before we get to that, let's do a part 2. So I need my timer, which has 2 minutes, and I am going to answer the question, describe a method of transport that you enjoy using. Okay, well, I think I'll just talk about what's important in my life. So let's do 2 minutes starting now. I'd like to tell you about the subway in Korea, in Seoul, Korea. When I first came to Korea, I started taking the subway, and it was really comfortable, cheap, easy to get from A to B, so there were a lot of positives. However, I did actually suffer from motion sickness. So every time I took the subway, I remember the movement of the subway made me feel quite nauseous. But after some time, I started to get used to it, and I did prefer it to taking the bus, because on the bus it's particularly bumpy and you often have to stand up. So let me tell you a little more about the Seoul subway system. It's an incredible network of, 25 lines, something like that. There's a huge number of lines that go all over the city. It's very modern, it's clean, it's convenient, it's easy to use. That's the most important thing, even if you're a foreigner like me, and you don't even need to speak Korean. It's very well signposted in English. So there's so many positives about the subway system. To be honest, I can't even think of a negative point, and it only gets better every year. Every year they are adding to the lines, making new lines or extending current lines. And where I live, they will be extending it quite a number of stations, which I'm very excited for. For me personally, it's a great way to get around because, as I said, it's cheap, which really makes it much better than driving and taking a taxi. It just seems to be the cheapest way to get around the city. In the future... Okay, great. Yeah, that was, I think that's a really good answer. I tell you what came to my mind while I was answering is a lot of my students here in my academy love the word convenient. Now, please notice that I only used convenient. I think I only used convenient once, maybe twice, but I think once in that answer. And it's just such a common word for my students. The subway is convenient, the bus is convenient, this office is convenient, my house is convenient. Just be careful with that word. What I always suggest is don't try and find a synonym. Try to be more specific. What do you mean by convenient? So it's easy to use. It's maybe talk about the price. Maybe talk about its proximity to something. Oh, my house is very close to the shops. Don't be vague and keep using the word convenient. Good. Okay, that's my tip for today. Let's do some part 3s. What are the pros and cons of low-cost air travel? Okay. Well, the obvious answer is that the main pro, is it's cheap. It really is so cheap to go to normally local destinations. So if you live in England, it will be a destination within Europe, but you can pay just £50 to go to a country quite far away, like Spain, for example. On the other hand, there are negatives. I would say the main negative is that it's cramped, and so there's not much leg room, it's uncomfortable, and you're not provided with food generally. So yes, that's a negative, but you kind of have to accept that for the price. Okay, One quick tip again is when they ask for pros and cons, obviously they're asking for plural, right? They want lots, pros and cons. Don't list. Pick one main pro, pick one main con. That's a much easier way to deal with those questions. Good. Okay. Next question. Has travel become safer in recent years than in the past? I think on the whole, yes, it has. It depends on the type of transport and the location. Is it on a road? Is it in the sky? I think planes have become safer, for example. I think things have become maybe a little... I don't know if it's become safer for pedestrians, but my big concern is the emissions that come from cars and buses. So perhaps in some ways it's more dangerous for pedestrians because they're breathing in this very toxic air. But overall, and especially because of electric cars, I think generally things are getting safer. Okay, I used some key words and expressions there, so please check that out in the handout. Let's do our last question for today. How do you think people will travel in the future? I can only speculate, but I think that there's going to be a lot more air travel. They're talking about making these air taxis, which I think would be a very economical way to get around because perhaps they wouldn't be using so much fuel on the roads and they can kind of go from A to B in a more direct line. So that would be very exciting. And then, of course, we do see these things that Elon Musk is working on, things like these underground tunnels, which will get you across the city very quickly or city to city very, very quickly. So I think the future is really bright for transportation. So without further ado, let's do some part ones to get me warmed up. Question 1. Do you like travel? I love travel. Unfortunately, I haven't done much traveling for 2.5 years now because of coronavirus. The last place I traveled was England, which is my home nation, but I did go there for 2 weeks to hang out, spend time with my family for Christmas. So I consider that my last holiday. Okay, where was the last place you visited on holiday? Well, as I said, the last place I visited on holiday was probably England. But I suppose some people would not consider that a holiday because it's my home country. The other place that comes to my mind, which happened before coronavirus, was Vietnam. And I went to a coastal city, I believe it was called Nha Trang. I can't remember well. And I had a wonderful time there in the hot sun. Good. Okay, we're already starting to bring out those stories. That's what I said would happen. And part 2 is the same kind of thing. So part 2 this time is describe a tourist attraction you once visited. I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock. I have to think what I'm going to say. 2 minutes starts now. I'd like to tell you about En Seoul Tower. About 10 years ago, I first went to En Seoul Tower, which is a tower in the middle of Seoul on a mountain with stunning views of the city. So I first went there 10 years ago. I climbed this hill. It's more of a small hill, actually. I climbed it. It was quite challenging. It was a hot day, and I got to the top. And because it's such a touristic location, there were a lot of cafes, restaurants, coffee shops, souvenir shops, and so many people. I was shocked. It was full of buses at the top of this hill because there is a road that goes to the top. So many people and buses, and it was really buzzing with energy. But I really enjoyed myself up there. I looked at the views. I think we hung out up there and had a cup of coffee, and then made our way back down through the forest. It was a really nice day and quite a memorable experience. Since then, I have gone there a number of times, and I do enjoy that location in Seoul. So let me tell you a little more about Seoul Tower. As I said, it is just a very, very tall tower in the middle of Seoul. It's quite a unique shape, so it stands out when you're looking at the landscape. And it sits on top of a hill. It's in the center of Seoul. And it's one of the popular places to visit. One of the most popular, and one of the things that you see when you look at a picture of Seoul or you look at a postcard of Seoul. So for me personally, it's somewhere that is quite a romantic location in some ways. That, you know, you can go up there and have a meal while looking over the city, which is beautiful, especially at night. The night view is, okay, there you go. 2 minutes are up. So quite easy to talk about that. It was partially lying. I talked about this trip I took there 10 years ago. I don't think it was 10 years ago, and I added some details to that. But that's fine, right? In IELTS, if you can lie, that is a good thing to do. It's a very helpful skill. Don't lie outside of IELTS, but in IELTS, it's absolutely fine. So let's move on to some part 3s. How has traveling changed compared to several decades ago? I think it's changed in a number of ways. The transportation has developed a lot, so more places have become accessible. This has meant that you can go off the beaten track and see unusual locations or stay in unusual locations as well. I think there are some applications nowadays which allow you to stay in really sort of unusual accommodation. I think also the development of more adventurous travel has made traveling very different now compared to the past. So I think there's a number of ways that it's improved. Good. Okay, that was a bit of a messy answer, to be honest. I think I could have sort of structured it more logically, but overall not bad. Lots of detail, which is good. Is it important to travel to other countries? Yeah, I think it's important. It's not vital. You know, you can live your life in your country, read books, watch documentaries, and live a very fulfilling life and have quite an understanding of other cultures. But if you do have the opportunity, I think it's a great thing to do, is travel other countries, see the way other people live, think, deal with problems. You know, people around the world are so different. So yeah, I think traveling is quite an important thing to do if you have the opportunity. Okay, that was better, much better structure. I think I could improve that by adding my example. I really think that would have been a good thing to do, is to say, for me personally, and then talk about my experience in Korea or Australia. I'll try and do that in my last answer. How does tourism affect your country? Well, in Korea, I think that the main effect probably is that it creates these tourist traps, which are areas where tourists flock to and the prices are unreasonable, and it's really geared towards getting money from tourists. And the problem with this is when I go to these locations or other residents in Korea or Seoul, it's just so expensive and I don't want to go to those locations. So I kind of have to try and avoid them. A good example of this is when I went to Jeju. And Jeju is a lovely island off the coast of South Korea. But there are so many locations in Jeju where the prices are crazy, double what you would expect. And that can make it difficult to travel, difficult to budget, and you have to think very carefully about where you go. So I think, yeah, this is one of the negative effects of tourism in my country. So let's do some part 1s to warm me up. What is the weather like in your country? Well, I come from England, And the weather in England can be quite dull. I think a lot of people find it, on the whole, quite dull. But I think it's not as bad as people around the world think. It's actually, there are a lot of sunny days. You can go to the park and have a picnic, and it does get quite hot in summer. So, on the whole, I think British weather is changeable, fickle, we could even say, but there are a lot of dull days. Good. Okay. Wow. I'm using 2 or 3 vocabulary already. So check out the list. Next question. Do you experience extreme weather in your country? We are starting to experience extreme weather more and more in the UK. In the past, I don't feel like there was so many events. There was sort of one-off. There was a hurricane and there was some floods and things like that, and some droughts. But nowadays it feels like every year there's some kind of big storm. Some people die. There are some bigger weather events. Excellent. Well, part 2. So today's part 2 is describe your favorite weather. So 2 minutes on the clock, starting now. I'd like to tell you about sunny weather. When I was young, I was a golfer. I played a lot of golf. So sunny weather, calm sunny days with a blue sky was a real blessing. It made golf much easier and more enjoyable. Outside of golf, I just loved sunny weather. I loved going to the beach. I loved having a picnic at the park. I loved hiking in sunny weather. There was such a number of activities I could do if it were sunny and clear, but when it was windy and rainy, it was quite restrictive. I couldn't really go outside and there wasn't many indoor things to do. So when I think back to my childhood in England, right up until 21 years old, sunny weather was a real blessing and made me feel so good. So let me tell you a little more about sunny days. So in England, we don't really have any issues with pollution. So when it's a sunny day, the sky is very, very clear and it's a wonderful blue color. Now, it's quite a rare occasion to have that kind of day in England. It's not everyday kind of thing. But it's more likely in summer. The thing that I always tell my students is those images you get of sort of everyday raining and windy in England is normally the winter or kind of early spring. That's when we get that nasty weather. For me personally, these days are so wonderful because they are quite rare. So you're more familiar with rainy or windy, cloudy. So when you get this bright day, you can do all of the things you want to do. Oh, wow. I guess I really like this kind of weather because I had so much more to say. But that was good. That was fairly well structured. I was quite happy with that. Nothing I would change. So we'll go straight on to part 3. Has the weather changed much in your country since you were young? Well, it's a bit difficult for me to say because I haven't been in the UK much over the past 12 years, but I will try my best. When I was young, I feel like there weren't that many sunny days, and particularly the summer wasn't that hot. But the winters definitely got very cold. I clearly remember as a child, we would normally get a few snowy days in winter, and it really did get cold. We even had some white Christmases. Nowadays, however, definitely those days are gone. We seem to get very hot summers, sometimes really prolonged periods of very hot or sweltering weather. And in the winter, it just doesn't get that cold. Snow is very rare. So yeah, I think there have been some changes, mainly related to temperature. Excellent. Part 3, second question. Do you think weather affects people's mood or behavior? I think it absolutely affects people's mood and behavior. I think that when we have a prolonged period of cold weather, particularly overcast weather where we can't see the sun, people start to feel a bit down. It does have that effect. Whereas a wonderful bright day like today, people just feel a bit more cheerful. And especially when you wake up and it's quite nice and warm, it's not too cold in the morning, I think people tend to feel a bit better. Now, for me personally, I'm definitely affected by the weather. And one of the difficult things for me in England was sometimes in winter, waking up every single day and it's rainy and windy outside. So that was a really hard thing to wake up to every day. Good. Okay. Final question. Why do people live in places with extreme weather? This is a really tricky question. I don't know really, because when I think about these places that come to my mind, for example, North Russia, which is freezing cold, you look down towards these places that experience lots of strong winds, typhoons, hurricanes. There's a lot of places that experience extreme weather. And I think really, why do people live in places like that? It's not, they don't really have a choice. Either they don't have the money to move somewhere more desirable, or that's where they were born and they grew up in, so that's what they're familiar with. So I don't think people ever choose to do that. I don't think there's some opportunity, but we kind of have to deal with the hand that we're dealt, for most of us. So yeah, I think that's why they live in these places. Let's do our final topic, and we'll do some part ones to warm up. Do you live in a city? Yes, I do. I live in Seoul City in South Korea. It's a very busy city, actually. It's not the biggest city in the world, but the population density is very high. Question 2. How has your hometown changed in the past 10 years? Well, Seoul has changed a lot in the past 10 years. The transportation network has expanded a lot. There's a lot more, different restaurants and coffee shops, particularly chain restaurants, chain coffee shops, these franchises. And apart from that, there's a lot of buildings being destroyed. And nowadays, a lot of big apartments, very tall apartments being built. So it's changed a lot in the past 10 years. Good. Okay. Nice, easy start. Let's do a part 2, as always. So we'll put the time on the clock. The question is, describe a part of your city that has changed. So I'm going to put 2 minutes on the clock, starting now. I'd like to tell you about my home district, the district where I live in Seoul. I first moved to my district, which is called Gangdong District. It's in the east of Seoul. I moved there 5 or 6 years ago. And at that time, to be honest, it wasn't a particularly nice area of Seoul. It had a lot of what they're called villas, but in English, British English, it would be just small flats. It was not particularly developed. The transportation system was okay, but certainly there weren't many nice restaurants or coffee shops or bars. So yeah, I wasn't excited to move to that district, but after some time, and particularly over the last 3 years, there's been huge development, and it's entirely different now. So let me tell you a little more about my district nowadays. It's most importantly, there's a lot more restaurants and coffee shops, and that's changed the atmosphere of the district. It feels less like a living place, more like somewhere, a bit more commercial, more entertainment, that kind of thing. And that's quite a nice feeling when you're on the high street. Apart from that, there a lot of the smaller flats have been destroyed and they are being replaced by apartment complexes. And that makes a huge difference to the look of an area. It makes it look more developed, newer. And of course, it does also mean the population is increasing in my district. For me personally, I am happy with the way it's changing because there's a lot. Oh, time flies. I had a lot more to say, actually. Just a couple of notes there. So, firstly, flat, that is British English. Also, high street, that is British English. Do you know what a high street is? A high street is the main street where all the shops and restaurants are. So, in England, every town has a high street. In a city, there are several high streets. Sort of in each district, there would be a high street. I don't know what you call that in American. Maybe a main street? I don't know. But yeah, we call it a high street. So let's do some part threes. Why do people choose to move from the countryside to the city? Well, this is really talking about urbanization, which is a big part of Korea's, it's kind of a social issue in Korea, where perhaps too many people are moving from the countryside to the city. But I think the main reason is work, because a lot of the good jobs are in the city, a lot of the opportunities are in the city. But on top of work, there's definitely education and, entertainment, hospitals, all of these different things that are very important for a good life. For me personally, I'm not a fan of city life. So I would rather not be a rural to urban migrant. I'd like to be the opposite. I'd quite like to migrate to the countryside. But I can see the appeal for many people because they want safety and education, those kind of things. Good. Okay, let's do another one. I'll try and get some of these words in. What are the negative impacts of people moving to the city? Well, there are several negative impacts. Of course, population density is a huge one. Within the city, there are areas where there are more and more people. It's causing traffic jams. It's making some places, in my view, uninhabitable. They are so serious with the amount of traffic and people. And then, of course, there's famous landmarks or shopping centers, whatever it is, they are getting busier and busier. The other thing is you get ghost towns in the countryside. And this is something we can see in Korea, which is where so many people leave a town to move to the city that the town becomes empty. You know, that there are still houses, there are still shops, but no one is there. So the ghost towns are another issue, particularly in this country. Okay, let's do one more. So the final question is, will cities continue to grow in the future? Yes, I definitely think cities will continue to grow in the future. One of the big issues we have here is, as with many cities, we have a green belt. But although we do have a green belt, as far as I understand, the city is expanding into the green belt, which it shouldn't do. On top of that, I think the facilities and opportunities in the countryside are going to continue to deteriorate, and that's going to cause people to come to the city more. I think there's going to be more and more reasons to come to the city. I hope not. I hope that things are done, that changes are made, but I think it's pretty inevitable.